The simulation ended at 14 seconds. The scoring display in the upper left corner of the hard light table locked at 000014.03. The table was still cycling down, the hard light theater contracting from its full 3-meter operational spread back to a dormant circle when the Academy's ranking algorithm produced 3 words instead of a score. Error. Ceiling exceeded. The existing record was 6 minutes, 41 seconds. It had stood for 14 months, set by a doctoral candidate whose name was on a brass plaque beside the simulation room door. The infrastructure ranked everything against that record. It was not built to index below it. The algorithm had no ranked output for what had just occurred, so it generated an error condition and halted. I was 19. It was a Tuesday. The Orion defense scenario existed to identify which second-year cadets could not manage asymmetric fleet engagements under time compression. Standard passing threshold, 12 minutes. The record, 6:41. The scenario deployed 500 ships across a 200,000-kilometer engagement front, 3 Council intercept wings running bracket formation from the ecliptic, an asteroid field with 17 variable gravity corridors shifting per simulated orbital cycle. Engagement geometry changed continuously. The standard approach was sequential: threat triage, axis prioritization, intercept probability windows built from component calculations run in order. 11 to 14 minutes for cadets who ran it correctly. I had not run it that way. The geometry had been present when I looked at it. Intercept solutions, counter-battery windows, the cascade timing of a 3-axis suppression sequence. All of it resolved simultaneously rather than in sequence, not derived from steps. Present as a unified output before the process had started. My hands had moved. The scenario had registered the final configuration, found no surviving threats, and assessed the result. 14 seconds. The hard light table continued its cooldown. The emitter array ticked down through frequencies I could feel at the back of my molars. Across the room, Instructor Pellin stood at the control panel with both palms flat on the surface, looking at the display. His weight was slightly forward. He did not speak. The 17 other cadets had not moved. The ventilation ran its standard filtered air cycle, the ambient sound of this room and every room in this building, and that was the only information the room produced for the next several seconds. Again, Pellin said. I'm sorry. Reset it. Orion defense. Standard parameters. Run it again. I ran it again. 11 seconds. 3 seconds faster than the first attempt. The ranking system had no procedure for this either. Improvement between first and second attempts on a scenario of this complexity was outside the expected range. The standard pattern was marginal degradation on the second run due to recognition bias in the engagement parameters. I had run faster. The algorithm produced a second error condition and halted. Pellin stood at the panel for several seconds without moving. The 17 cadets had still not moved. The simulation room had never been this quiet at the end of a run. Pellin took his hands off the panel. He turned and walked to the door on the east wall. Reinforced, palm-locked, recessed slightly into the wall. A door I had not seen opened in 4 years at this facility. It existed in the room's architecture as a feature with no operational history, the kind of element you stop registering after the second week. He pressed his hand to the scanner. The pressure seal disengaged with a short, decisive hiss, and 2 men stepped through from the corridor beyond. They wore gray. Not the Academy's gray, which had been softened over years by fluorescent light and repeated industrial washing into something closer to administrative blue-gray. This was a different gray, clean, pressed, carrying no rank insignia I could identify from any classification system in my training. One of them held a physical clipboard with a graphite pen clipped to its edge. Every interaction in this building ran on biometric panels and hard light interfaces. Nobody used physical clipboards. The pen was not a default. Someone had made a decision about the pen before entering. The 17 cadets were not looking at me. "Kalen Marrett," the taller man said. "Yes." "Come with us." The corridor outside was white and long, lit by flat overhead panels calibrated to eliminate shadow from the floor and walls. I asked twice where we were going. Both times, the taller man said documentation would be provided at intake. The phrase "documentation at intake" describes the administrative processing stage of a procedure that has already been decided. The deciding is not part of the intake. I noted this and kept walking. We covered 9 minutes of corridor. Standard academic passage gave way to a decontamination junction I had not seen before. The UV cycle ran on a timer, a brief flat heat against the back of my neck, ozone sharp at the back of the throat for a few seconds before the passage's ventilation cleared it, then a secondary biometric lock with a heavier gauge than anything used for standard laboratory access, then a short connecting passage. The air in the connecting passage was different. Something underneath the antiseptic, warm, faintly sweet, a copper note with a biological undertone that had no equipment source I could identify. It registered before I had finished identifying it. It produced a specific sensation at the base of my skull. A pressure without pain, the physical response to an olfactory compound the body has no established category for. The corridor had a viewing window set into the right wall. The chamber on the other side was 3 floors deep. Rows of sealed oblong pods ran floor to ceiling, precisely spaced at uniform intervals. Each pod contained cerulean fluid that was luminescent, lit from within, not by the overhead panels, the light slow moving in the liquid. Each pod contained something inside the polymer casing, small, curled, not yet fully formed. The data panels mounted at head height on each pod ran continuous readouts, neural density indices, cortical folding ratios, hippocampal volume measurements, intuitive pattern resolution scores expressed to 4 decimal places, 3 seconds at the window, at standard walking pace. In 3 seconds, I read 4 panels. All 4 were above the 98th percentile for cognitive architecture in their development category. The cortical folding ratios on 2 of the 4 were above anything in the Academy's ranked cadet database. The third panel displayed a pattern resolution score that, if the units were consistent with Academy benchmarks, would have broken the simulation record I had just broken. The fourth panel's subject was flagged with an annotation, Priority Reserve, Indomitable-class. None of the things generating those scores had yet drawn breath. The clipboard man had not slowed his pace or looked at the window. This was a route he had walked before. I kept pace and kept walking. The copper note in the air cleared after 30 seconds of standard ventilation. I filed what I had seen in the working section of memory reserved for data-pending context and did not ask about it, because I had begun to understand the shape of what I was walking toward and did not want to give them an opportunity to prepare a more useful answer. The hall at the end of the connecting passage had a 4-story ceiling, indirect lighting, and chairs along the walls at measured intervals, close enough to suggest shared circumstance, far enough apart to prevent private conversation. No displays, no reading materials, no objects that would provide information or occupation. The architecture of a space in which the designed activity is waiting. Approximately 90 people were in the chairs, mostly my age, several younger. One I assessed at 16, possibly less. All of them had the profile I could identify from years of sitting in testing rooms with people who scored in the same range as I did. The bearing of people who had learned to operate in abstract environments, who spent more time on problems than on other people, who processed quickly and quietly. Scholarship recipients. The kind of candidates the Academy sends pre-selection letters to years before the formal application window opens. They had the posture of people waiting for an orientation session. They had the eyes of people who had received information significantly different from orientation and were now processing it in silence. 2 of them, at different points along the wall, We're staring at fixed points on the floor with the quality of focus that means the floor is not what is being looked at. One woman near the center of the room was rotating a stylus end over end between her fingers continuously, without variation, without looking at it. 3 were holding laminated cards and reading them. I was directed to the desk at the front of the hall. The woman behind it wore the same gray as the men. In front of her was a multi-page document, small print, dense column layout, the typographic specifications of legal text written to be executed rather than read. Page references at the bottom of each section. Signature blocks at intervals. She looked up. Kaylin Murrett, Neural Profile 747, Orion Class Designation, Prefrontal Folding Density 0.896, Hippocampal Volume 143% of Standard Architecture, Intuitive Pattern Resolution, Subclinical Savant Range, Category 4. She set her hands flat on the document. You know why you're here. I was told it was a scholarship interview. It was. Your assessment concluded this morning. The offer is being converted to a service commission, neural integration program, full interface assignment to an Indomitable-class tactical platform. She moved the document half an inch toward me. Your signature authorizes the medical transfer and commencement of the procedure. Which procedure? The taller man answered from behind my left shoulder. All affect removed. Delivery rate consistent and level. Surgical installation of the neural interface crown. Synaptic fluid integration. Full proprioceptive calibration to a dreadnought-class hull. Procedure duration, 8 to 14 hours. The procedure is non-reversible. Non-reversible. No correction pathway, no removal protocol, no return configuration. A structural change with one permitted direction. Whatever operated on the far side of the procedure would not be restoring the original neural architecture. The architecture would serve as the procedure's permanent operating substrate. That was the operational meaning of the word. And if I decline? A pause. The length and timing of it indicated prior preparation. This exact pause at this point in the sequence because this question had been asked here before. Your family holds a Tier 3 habitat allocation in the Callisto residential complex, the woman said. Same delivery rate. Prearranged sequence of facts. Tier 3 allocations are subject to quarterly review under the Infrastructure Priority Act. Reviews are expedited when a household member declines a mandatory service assessment. The review process typically requires 12 to 18 months. During that period, life support supplemental services are suspended pending outcome. My mother's respiratory supplemental had been running for 6 years. Callisto's base atmospheric processing was rated for minimum habitability only. The supplemental was the operational margin above minimum. It did not function during a 12 to 18-month administrative suspension. This was a fixed constraint with a fixed outcome. The people on the other side of this desk had known it before I sat down. They had known it because they had run this desk before, with other cadets, other profiles, other families and other habitat tiers with other fixed constraints, and all of those processes had produced the same outcome. And the desk was still here, and the chairs were full. The Tier 3 habitat review was not a threat contingent on my behavior. It was a pre-existing administrative mechanism. The Infrastructure Priority Act authorized expedited review as a standard response to mandatory assessment declinations. The mechanism did not require malicious intent to operate. It ran automatically. All they had to do was file the declination and allow the system to execute the review. The outcome was not in their hands after that point. It was in the hands of the review process, which had a statutory timeline and no exception provisions for dependent medical supplementals. This was the specific quality of the coercion. It did not require them to do anything to my family. It required them to do nothing. The system would complete itself. The room temperature had not changed. My palms had gone dry. You aren't going to school, Kaylin. You are the school. You're the library, the processor, and the executioner. I picked up the pen. The paper had grain under my thumb. Physical stock, a medium that cannot be remotely altered, revised in a database, or administratively updated after generation. A physical signature exists as a chemical record attached to a specific document. They had brought paper because paper has properties biometric confirmation does not have, and someone had decided those properties were necessary for this transaction. I signed. Graphite on paper. One scratch. A sound that cannot be edited or overwritten. From behind me, after a moment, a second scratch, then a third. The room continued its work at the pace it had already established. The handler appeared from my left. She pressed a laminated card into my hand without breaking stride. Bay 12, 4 hours. I read the card. Standard facility format. Name, commission reference, procedure designation, authorization codes, intake timestamp, medical bay assignment, organized by field hierarchy. I read it in the order the fields were printed. At the top of the card, above every other field, was a status classification line I had not carried before today. Biological asset. Status. Active. Not cadet, not candidate, not scholarship recipient. Asset. The lamination was fully cured. The card had been produced before I signed the document, before the taller man read the procedure details, before I walked through the decontamination junction. The processing sequence for a card in this format, print, laminate, queue for distribution, required a minimum of several hours. The decision that generated this card had been made before I entered this building. The signature had not initiated the process. It had closed the intake paperwork on a process already in execution. I looked down the row of chairs. Most of the 90 people were holding the same card. Same format, same dimensions, same status line at the top. One of them, the one who had been staring at the floor, was now reading the card again, for what appeared to be the third or fourth time, with the focus of someone looking for a field that might read differently on a second pass. It did not read differently. The print was fixed. Across the room, a handler was moving from person to person along the chairs, distributing additional documents, a second set of papers, smaller format, which each person signed without apparent hesitation. Not the waiver. Intake paperwork, pre-procedure forms. The process had a sequence and it was already running. Bay 12 was a surgical bay. In 4 hours they were going to open my skull. Chapter 2. Synaptic Interfacing. Bay 12 smelled of copper and medical-grade coolant and something underneath both of those that I could not identify and did not ask about. The room was white, not the administrative white of the corridor or the waiting hall. Those whites had variation, shadow at the corners, the slight yellowing of panels that had been cleaned several thousand times. Bay 12's white was consistent from surface to surface, floor to ceiling, maintained at a wavelength and intensity specifically calibrated to eliminate optical interference with surgical instruments. The light had no origin point. It came from everywhere. It produced no shadows anywhere in the room. In the absence of shadows, depth perception became unreliable. Objects at different distances appeared to exist on the same plane. There were 7 people in the room before I arrived. 4 surgical staff in sealed white suits, full respiratory coverage, no exposed skin. 2 equipment technicians running calibration cycles on instruments I did not have names for. 1 intake coordinator in standard gray, holding a tablet, who confirmed my name, my commission reference, and my procedure designation when I entered, then moved to a position along the wall and became operationally irrelevant. The chair at the center of the room was not the kind of chair you sit down in voluntarily. It had a full posterior frame, articulated restraint points at the shoulders, forearms, wrists, thighs, calves, and ankles, and a headrest that extended into a rigid cradle capable of holding the skull in fixed position, regardless of involuntary muscular movement. The seat surface was covered with a material that was neither soft nor hard, a medical compound designed to manage pressure distribution across the spine during extended fixed-position procedures. The chair's base was anchored to the floor with bolts. It did not move. It had not been designed to move. The lead surgeon introduced herself. I retained her name for approximately 4 minutes before the first incision, after which name retention was not among the cognitive functions I had available. "You need to stay awake," she said. She was running a calibration sequence on the interface crown, which was held in a mounting frame to my right. It looked like a ring of surgical steel and fiber optic cabling with 47 insertion points spaced at regular intervals around its inner circumference. Each insertion point was tipped with a needle gauge conductor designed to penetrate the skull and make contact with the dura mater without damaging the underlying cortical tissue. The calibration cycle tested each conductor individually, running a low current signal and reading the return. The sensors need a live brain to calibrate against. We cannot calibrate against sedation-level activity. If you lose consciousness, we stop, wait for full restoration, and begin the calibration sequence again. The procedure takes longer each time we restart. How many times has it restarted? On previous subjects? Yes. She did not answer that. She returned to the calibration sequence. The technicians finished their equipment checks and moved to their assigned positions. The intake coordinator made a notation on her tablet and did not look up again. One of the surgical staff placed a tray of instruments to my left, arranged in sequence, smallest to largest by procedure order. I looked at the tray once and then directed my attention to the ceiling, which was white and offered no information. "The local anesthetic covers the scalp and periosteum," the surgeon said. "You will feel pressure and vibration at each point of contact. You will not feel pain. If you feel pain, tell me immediately, and we will adjust." "What is the vibration from?" "The insertion sequence. 47 points, sequential, approximately 4 seconds each. Pressure first as the conductor seats, then vibration as it locks into position. Does the vibration stop?" "After each lock." The total installation sequence takes approximately 12 minutes. After the crown is seated, we run the first calibration pass while the access ports are still open. That takes between 20 and 35 minutes, depending on your neural response rate. After calibration, the ports are sealed and the fluid integration begins. "The spinal infusion." "Yes, that's a separate procedure, different team." She paused. "You have read the procedure documents." "I read everything." "Good. Then you know that the expansion event, the first full sensor link, occurs during the fluid integration phase, not before. The crown installation and calibration are hardware. The expansion is a biological response to the fluid reaching threshold concentration in the spinal column. We cannot predict the exact moment. We can tell you it will occur and what it will feel like. Tell me. Your proprioceptive field will extend. You will perceive surfaces beyond your physical body, initially the command chair, then the immediate structural elements of the bay, then the ship's full sensor network as the fluid completes its circuit. The perception is tactile. You will experience it as contact sensation against skin, distributed across surfaces you are not physically touching. The field extends to the full hull within approximately 4 to 8 minutes of integration completion. 5 kilometers of hull. Yes, I looked at the ceiling and processed this. 5 kilometers of titanium hull experienced as contact sensation against skin. The command chair's sensor network interfaced with the human somatosensory cortex. The ship's external hull sensors, temperature, pressure, radiation, impact, routed to the same neural pathways that processed touch. This was what the Wetware Initiative had built. Not a pilot, not an operator. A nervous system large enough to contain a dreadnought. The surgeon's voice came from somewhere to my right. "We're ready to begin. I need your head completely still. The cradle will assist, but you need to hold consciously as well." The restraints engaged, not tight enough to cause circulatory restriction, calibrated to prevent involuntary movement, not to immobilize. The shoulder brackets locked, the forearm restraints seated. The headrest's inner surface made contact with my skull at 5 points and held. The surgeon said, "The first stage is the plate removal. You will feel the incision line and the retraction. The local anesthetic covers the periosteum, but the bone has its own sensory profile during separation. Describe what you feel as it progresses. We need your verbal feedback to confirm anesthetic coverage." I confirmed I understood. She made the first incision. The scalp did not hurt. The anesthetic had covered it exactly as described. A pressure line moving across the top of the skull as the retractor opened the field. A sensation of surface-level structural rearrangement without pain signal. The periosteum separated along the marked lines. I reported this. She confirmed the coverage was adequate and continued. The plate saw was not loud. It was precise, a specific frequency transmitted through the skull that arrived in my auditory processing as a tone rather than a mechanical sound, because the bone was conducting it directly rather than the air. I reported the tone. The surgeon noted it and continued. The vibration of the saw was distinct from the vibration I would later feel from the conductors. Broader, lower frequency, involving a wider section of the skull rather than a single localized point. 4 plates. The procedure documents had listed 4 cranial access sections: parietal left and right, occipital, frontal, each requiring removal to expose the full installation field. The retractor held the first plate after separation, suspended above the open surgical field. I could see it in my peripheral vision when the headrest allowed the angle. A curved section of my own skull, removed and held aside, approximately 10 centimeters at its widest point, with the inner surface visible, the endosteel layer, which I had read about in anatomy documentation but had no prior reason to have a sensory reference for. It did not bleed significantly. The surgical team's preparation had addressed the vascularity, the second plate, the third, the fourth. The open field admitted a direct temperature gradient, Bay 12's ambient air against the exposed dural surface, registering as a diffuse, mild cooling sensation across the top of the skull's interior. The dura itself was intact. The crown's conductors were designed to penetrate it at 47 specific points, not to remove or displace it. The plates had been removed to allow precise placement. The dura remained as the final layer between the outside and the cortical surface beneath. The surgeon completed the retraction setup and returned to the crown's mounting frame. Plate removal complete. Moving to installation sequence. The first insertion took 4 seconds, as specified. The pressure arrived before the vibration. A localized weight at the right parietal region, specific and bounded, not the general pressure of an external impact. Then the vibration, a frequency somewhere between sound and sensation, conducted directly through the bone. Then a click as the conductor locked into position, and both ceased. 4 seconds of quiet. Then the second. I tracked them. 12, counted in sets. Right parietal, left parietal, right temporal, left temporal. Occiput next. 5 points across the posterior skull, which required the headrest to adjust angle twice to maintain access. Then frontal, the conductors above the orbits, which registered differently from the parietal and temporal installations because the bone density was different, thinner, and the vibration transmitted into the facial structure rather than remaining localized to the insertion point. I registered it in my teeth briefly on each of the 6 frontal installations before the vibration pattern shifted as the conductor cleared the frontal bone and seated in the dura beyond. The vibration pattern was otherwise consistent across all 47 points. The pressure was consistent. The surgeon had been accurate about the absence of pain. What was present instead was the awareness of a foreign object seated in a structure that had no prior experience of foreign objects. My skull registering the presence of 47 conductors the way a joint registers misalignment. not as pain, but as continuous low-level informational output that had no action associated with it, data without a response pathway. The brain noting an anomalous structural state and finding nothing in its library for how to address it. 12 minutes and 19 seconds. The crown was seated. The calibration sequence began. The calibration was not perceptible as sensation. It was perceptible as activity, a specific quality of cognitive engagement that was not self-generated, not the product of directed thought or environmental stimulus, but the output of an external process running against my neural architecture. 47 conductors, each one sending a structured signal and reading the return. The brain did not interpret these signals as coherent input. They arrived in the sensory cortex as noise. Not painful noise, not loud noise, but meaningless patterned input with no referent in prior experience. The brain attempted to categorize it as a known signal type. It could not. It continued attempting. 22 minutes of calibration. The fluid integration team entered Bay 12 through the east access at the 22-minute mark. 4 additional personnel, different suits. The SEALs were rated for biohazard containment, not just sterile field maintenance. They brought the infusion assembly, a central reservoir of cerulean fluid, a delivery mechanism that connected to the spinal port at the base of my neck, and a monitoring station that would track fluid concentration, neural response, and integration rate in real time. The spinal port insertion was a separate procedure with a separate local anesthetic protocol. I felt the pressure of the port seating, a point between my shoulder blades, deep at a depth where you understand you are feeling a structure you do not normally have access to feeling. Not pain. Structural awareness. The same informational quality as the crown conductors, but lower and further in, at the base of the architecture. Integration beginning in 30 seconds, the fluid team lead said. When the fluid reaches threshold concentration, you will experience the expansion. Don't attempt to suppress or direct it. Suppression increases integration time and elevates synaptic temperature. Let it extend. How will I know when it reaches threshold? You'll know. 30 seconds. The warmth arrived at the base of the spine first. Not heat as a surface sensation, but as a systemic condition. A rise in the temperature of the fluid in the spinal column that the body registered from the inside outward. The warmth extended upward over the next 90 seconds, vertebra by vertebra, reaching the crown's interface points and changing character. No longer warmth but current, a directed flow with a specific quality, moving from the biological architecture toward the synthetic one and completing the circuit. Then the expansion. No warning, no gradient, no incremental onset. One moment. The interior of Bay 12. The white ceiling. The restraint contact points. The sounds of monitoring equipment. The next moment. All of that. And the floor of the bay under the chair's anchor bolts, and the walls of the bay, and the structural members behind the walls, and the corridor outside Bay 12, and the corridor outside that, and the hangar that surrounded the corridor network, and the hull. The external hull of the Indomitable was 5 kilometers from bow to stern. The hull sensors read pressure, temperature, electromagnetic radiation, micro-impact, and atmospheric composition at intervals of approximately 4 meters across the entire outer surface. Every one of those sensors was now routing its output to the same somatosensory cortex that processed the restraint contact on my wrists. The vacuum outside the hull read as temperature, negative 270 degrees against every external surface simultaneously. Not experienced as cold. The body's cold receptors were still processing Bay 12's ambient temperature correctly, but as a second temperature layer existing in parallel, registered by the same cortical real estate at a different depth. 2 temperatures at once in the same processing region, neither one canceling the other. The hull's mass was experienced as weight in the same proprioceptive channels that tracked the position of my limbs. I could locate the bow. I could locate the stern. I knew where the ship ended the way I knew where my fingers ended, not by looking, not by calculating, but because the architecture now included it. The aft reactor housing registered as a concentrated heat source at the posterior of the extended field. My lower back in the proprioceptive map, approximately where the lumbar region would be in a human body that was 5 kilometers long. The forward sensor array registered as a pressure point at the bow, the ship's equivalent of a forehead. The lateral gun batteries registered as mass at both flanks, heavy, static, weighting. 47 conductors had been installed in my skull. I was now registering the Indomitable's sensor network across approximately 9,000 external contact points. The ratio was not 1-to-1. The somatosensory cortex was distributing the load across available processing real estate and compressing the spatial resolution accordingly. I could feel the hull as a unified surface. I could not feel individual hull plates as distinct regions. Not yet. The surgeon's voice came from a very long distance. Don't try to breathe with your lungs. Breathe with the intake valves. The oxygen is in the tanks now, not the air. The instruction was correct and operational. The ship's internal atmosphere was managed by the ventilation system, which was now part of the extended proprioceptive field. The intake valves were as present to the somatosensory cortex as the chest wall. The ship's oxygen supply was registered as a resource with a quantity. The lungs registered as a small, redundant, local system operating in parallel with a much larger one. I began routing breath through the intake valves. The biological lungs continued their cycle independently, without intervention. They did not require direction. They had their own regulatory feedback. But the intake valves were now the primary reference, the primary felt location of respiratory function. The lungs were secondary. The lungs were a component of the small local system. The monitoring station registered the integration as complete. The fluid team lead said something to the surgeon. I did not parse the words. I was processing the dock clamps at the Indomitable's port side. 3 contact points, registering as pressure at the left lateral surface. The dock structure's own temperature differential was reading at -40 against the port hull plating where external and internal temperature gradients met. I had never experienced a temperature at a location outside my physical body before this moment. I now had the thermal state of every external surface of the ship available as direct sensation. I attempted to speak. The bay's internal comms system produced no output. I attempted again, not vocalization, but the internal intent to vocalize, the motor signal directed at the larynx. The signal arrived. The larynx moved. The Bay 12 environment registered the sound. The comm system received the input. The comm system held the input in queue and produced no output. I checked the status through the ship's internal network, which was now directly accessible. The comm system's queue was operating normally. Input was being received, logged, and held. The hold condition had a source, a commission parameter, preloaded at integration completion, governing communications output from the command interface during calibration and assessment periods. The parameter was not a malfunction. It was a standing order. The ship had received my voice as data and decided, according to its operational parameters, not to transmit it. My voice was now a ship's systems input, and the ship had a policy about when ship's systems inputs were transmitted and when they were logged and held, and I had not been consulted about that policy, and I did not have the access level to modify it. The dock clamps held the hull at 3 points. The vacuum registered at -270 against every external surface. The comms queue held my voice in a buffer and waited for the assessment period to end. Chapter 3. First calculation. The assessment period ended at 0400 on the 3rd day. No announcement. No notification to the command chair. The comms queue simply released. The hold parameter cleared. The buffer transmitted its backlog in sequence, and 41 hours of logged inputs arrived in the ship's communications register as a block. Most of them were system-generated, calibration confirmations, integration status updates, atmospheric processing logs from the ventilation network that I had been monitoring without being able to respond to. 3 were from the crew. Operational queries addressed to the command interface, routed correctly, received and logged, responses pending for 41 hours. I processed the backlog in 4 seconds and generated responses. The crew acknowledged receipt. None of them asked about the delay. The commission parameters governing communications blackouts during integration assessment were in the crew manifest. They had known. They had operated the ship manually for 41 hours while the command interface was live but silent, because the procedure documentation specified this was normal and they had accepted normal. I noted this and filed it under Crew Operational Profile. Then I returned to monitoring the ship. The Indomitable had been running at minimal output for 6 days, reactor at 18% of rated capacity, drive systems idle, weapons arrays in standby, hull sensors at passive-only collection. The crew managed navigation manually during the assessment period. They had positioned the ship at the edge of the Orion Belt's outer debris field, in the sensor shadow of a carbonaceous asteroid body approximately 4 kilometers across, mass sufficient to scatter active scan returns. Council patrol routes in this sector ran on a fixed interval. The positioning was correct. Standard concealment protocol for an Indomitable-class operating without active electronic countermeasures. The debris field was the most tactilely complex environment I had processed since integration. The asteroid's surface was 340 meters off the port bow, and the hull's proximity sensors registered it as constant low-level pressure against the left lateral surface, not uniform, because the asteroid's surface was irregular, fracture-scarred, rotating slowly on its minor axis, so the pressure distribution shifted in pattern as the rotation changed the facing geometry. I was aware of this the way a person pressed against a textured wall is aware of the wall's surface without attending to it specifically. Background proprioceptive data, present, processed, not consuming active attention. The debris field beyond the asteroid registered as a distributed mass field. Thousands of individual objects from sub-millimeter particulate to bodies massing several hundred tons, all of it in relative motion, all of it generating micro-impact data against the hull's forward sensors as particles too small to track individually accumulated into a statistical pressure profile. The hull was reading this as a fine, continuous sensation across the forward surfaces, grain level, like moving through a medium with texture. I was aware of all of it. None of it required active management. I allocated the ship's passive systems, maintained position relative to the asteroid, and tracked the Indomitable's reactor temperature, which was running 2 degrees above nominal at the current suppressed output level because one of the secondary cooling loops had developed a partial blockage that the maintenance crew had flagged 3 days prior and not yet cleared. The blockage was in a segment of cooling conduit that corresponded, in the ship's proprioceptive map, to a location approximately at the right hip, not painful. A warmth, slightly elevated in a location where the expected temperature was lower. I tracked it and noted it had not progressed since initial detection. The contact alarm activated at 0917. It came through the passive sensors first, not a visible return, not an active scan ping, but a gravitational microsignature at the edge of the debris field's outer boundary, an object decelerating. Drive plume suppressed, which is the signature of a vessel running silent approach protocol, which is the signature of a vessel that does not want to be seen while closing to a range from which it can see. Council Scout configuration. I identified the class from the deceleration profile and the mass signature. A small vessel, patrol weight, the specific approach geometry of a ship designed to close quietly to detection range and confirm what it was looking at before acting on it. It was not at detection range yet. It was decelerating toward that range. It had not yet scanned. It had not yet confirmed what it was approaching. When it scanned, it would confirm. When it confirmed, it would transmit. The transmission window to the nearest council relay node was approximately 6 seconds at light speed propagation. After 6 seconds, the information would be irreversible. The Indomitable's location, heading, and the synaptic activity profile of a hardwired command interface would be in the Council's operational database, and the Council would respond with a decommission order, and the decommission order for an Indomitable-class running an illegal burner integration had one execution protocol. I calculated the available response window. The scout was decelerating at a rate consistent with targeting approach entry, 40 to 50 seconds before scan range. The bridge crew had the contact on their displays. I registered the elevated voice traffic through the internal comms network. Not panic, but the specific compression of speech that occurs when trained personnel encounter a situation that is outside their prepared response set. The weapons officer was requesting authorization to go active on targeting. The navigation officer was plotting an exit vector. The captain was issuing a hold order pending assessment of the contact's classification. All three of these actions were occurring simultaneously, and none of them were coordinated because the crew was operating without the command interface's active participation, working from console data rather than the integrated sensor picture I was processing through the hull network. They were looking at a display. I was feeling the scout's approach as a pressure change in the port debris field, the mass of its hull displacing particulate as it decelerated, registering at the boundary of the asteroid's sensor shadow as a directional shift in the debris field's texture. They had a sensor return. I had contact. Both of these actions were correct responses for a manually operated vessel. Neither of them was fast enough. A manual targeting solution for an intercept at this range, through this debris field, against a maneuvering target that had not yet begun evasive action, but would the moment it registered an active targeting scan. A human operator working the console would need between 90 seconds and 3 minutes to develop that solution, and the solution would have an accuracy ceiling imposed by sequential calculation. 47 seconds remaining before scan range. The math on this was not in favor of the manual approach. I reached for the weapons arrays. Reached is imprecise. There was no reaching. The weapons arrays were part of the proprioceptive field. They existed in the ship's body map the way the lateral gun batteries existed as mass at both flanks, heavy and weighting. Taking control of the targeting system was not an action I performed by issuing a command through a neural interface. It was an action I performed by attending to a part of the field that I had, until this moment, been attending to passively. The weapons arrays came into active focus the way a limb comes into focus when you decide to move it, having been present but unattended for some period. The targeting system's active status changed in the crew's console readouts. The weapons officer registered the change and stopped his manual input sequence. I noted this without processing it further. The debris field. The scout was behind 200 meters of irregular carbonaceous material and actively moving particulate. A direct intercept solution required a clean line through the field, and the field had no clean lines. A targeting solution through the field required calculating deflection angles against objects whose positions were continuously changing, and doing it fast enough that the solution remained valid when the weapon arrived at each deflection point. This was the category of problem that manual targeting systems used silicon logic to solve, and had used silicon logic to solve for 40 years before the Great Purge, and had not solved reliably since, because biological operators working consoles did not process four-dimensional deflection geometry at the speeds the problem required. I did not process it that way either. I looked at the debris field through the passive sensor network, registering its mass distribution as a proprioceptive texture, and I felt where the shot needed to go. Not derived from the geometry, present before the geometry was formally analyzed. A spatial certainty in the same processing register as the first simulation solution in the Academy testing room. The trajectory was already there, whole and specific, arrived before I had consciously assembled it. 3 deflection points. The first against a rotating silicate fragment at 11 o'clock relative to current orientation. the second off the near-face surface of a tumbling Ferris body at mass sufficient to impart the required angular correction, the third off the gravitational influence of the nearest orbital body, not a physical surface but a gravity well, the slug's path bending along the Newtonian arc of the well at the calculated entry velocity, a ricochet off a moon's gravitational field. The trajectory required the projectile to enter the moon's gravity influence at a specific vector and exit on a specific vector, the differential between entry and exit vectors providing the final course correction that placed the terminal point of the projectile's path at the scout's projected position at the moment of arrival. Not calculated, perceived. The difference was not semantic. The sequential calculation of this solution would have required a tactical processing system running at a specification that had been illegal since the Purge. What I had done was not that. I did not have a record of the steps. I had the solution. I fired. The weapons array discharged a single slug at the calculated heading. The recoil registered as a brief lateral displacement in the hull's proprioceptive field, a pulse at the starboard forward weapon mount, a momentary shift in the mass distribution of the ship's body, settling back to baseline within 2 seconds. The projectile entered the debris field at the calculated angle, 31 seconds at ballistic velocity to first deflection. I tracked it through the passive sensor network, registering the impact signature against the silicate fragment as a brief thermal bloom in the field's texture at 11 o'clock. The deflection angle matched the projection within 1/4 of 1 degree. The projectile continued on the second vector. I reported to the crew. Council scout contact. Closing to detection range. Weapon solution generated and executed. Outcome pending. The bridge was silent for 4 seconds before the navigation officer asked for confirmation of firing authorization. I noted the question and did not respond to it, because the authorization question was procedurally subsequent to an action that had already occurred. 17 seconds to second deflection. The scout had not begun evasive action. It had not registered the projectile. The debris field's sensor scatter properties that had concealed the Indomitable were providing equivalent concealment for the inbound penetrator. The scout was continuing its deceleration approach. 12 seconds to scan range. Second deflection, the Ferris body's surface impact registered as a larger thermal signature, the projectile shedding velocity at the contact point and converting it to angular deviation. Still within projection tolerance. Third vector now active, a gravity arc through the influence boundary of the nearest orbital body, the projectile's path bending along the well's Newtonian curve at the calculated entry velocity, the gravity doing the work that a third physical surface would otherwise have provided. The scout was closing to detection range. 4 seconds to threshold. The projectile arrived first. The scout's destruction registered through the hull sensors as a thermal and pressure event in the debris field at bearing 274, a rapid thermal expansion, the vessel's reactor containment failing under impact, followed by fragmentary dispersion as the destroyed vessel's components separated at velocity. The hull registered the fragment impacts as a series of micro-impacts across the forward-facing surfaces, brief, distributed, fading over 8 seconds as the debris cloud decelerated against the particulate environment. The scout had not reached detection range. It had not scanned. It had not transmitted. I did not do the math. I just wanted the bullet to be there. And the universe obeyed. This was the report I filed in the action log. It was the accurate description of the computational process as I had experienced it. The weapons officer requested elaboration. I noted the request and did not elaborate, because there was no elaboration available. The solution had been present before the process of deriving it had begun. The process and the solution had been simultaneous. I did not have access to the intermediate steps because there had been no intermediate steps. The crew accepted this and returned to their stations. I remained with the sensor field. The Commission's intelligence database carried crew complement specifications for Council scout vessels in this patrol configuration. Standard complement, 12 personnel. The thermal and pressure event at bearing 274 had registered as one event. I processed it as 12. This was not a cognitive decision. It was the feedback loop, the hull's sensor network routing the event's data through the somatosensory cortex, and the somatosensory cortex processing the data as physical experience and physical experience at that scale with 12 sources, arriving simultaneously, registering as 12 simultaneous impacts against the same sensory processing architecture that tracked the dock clamps and the debris field and the elevated temperature at the right hip. The crew did not have this experience. They had a thermal bloom on the sensor display at bearing 274, a debris scatter reading, and a contact eliminated confirmation in the targeting log. Clean, bounded. A tactical event with a start point and an end point and a log entry. I had 12. I continued processing the Indomitable's status. The reactor temperature remained stable. The cooling loop blockage at the right hip had not progressed. The weapons array had returned to standby. All systems were reading nominal. The tactical event was complete by every operational metric the ship's systems tracked. The thermal bloom dispersed over 40 seconds. The fragment impacts ceased. The debris field returned to its baseline texture, fine, continuous, statistical. 12 simultaneous impacts, fading. The scout had not transmitted. The Indomitable's position remained unconfirmed in the Council's operational record. This was the best available outcome. A clean intercept, no data egress, no response vector for the Council to act on. The scout also had a patrol schedule. It had a check-in interval. At some point in the Council's operational cycle, a patrol vessel that had been dispatched to this sector would fail to report, and the absence would be noted, and a response would be dispatched to investigate the absence, not to a confirmed location, but to the last known patrol vector. The patrol vector passed through the outer Orion belt debris field. I noted this and added it to the active monitoring queue. Then I held position in the asteroid's sensor shadow and waited, and felt the debris field press in its fine, continuous accumulation against the forward hull and did not move. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The docking station at Meridian Outpost ran its own atmospheric systems, independent of the Indomitable's ventilation network. I registered this as a discontinuity at the port docking collar. A pressure differential of 0.3 kilopascals between the station's atmospheric output and the ship's internal environment, the station running slightly higher pressure in the standard configuration used by Council-administered installations to ensure airflow moved from station to vessel in the event of a seal compromise. Standard protocol. The pressure differential told me the station was Council-operated before the docking manifest had been transmitted. The manifest confirmed it 12 seconds later. The crew managed the docking sequence manually. I monitored through the hull sensors, the station's approach arms extending to bracket the Indomitable's bow, the magnetic couplings engaging at 3 points along the ventral hull, the docking collar pressurizing. I felt the collar seal as a specific contact sensation at the port forward region of the hull field. The station's airlock pressed against the ship's external surface, a new point of contact in the proprioceptive map with the station's atmospheric pressure behind it. I did not speak during the docking sequence. I was in the command chair. This was not unusual. The command chair was my operational position, and I was always in it when the ship was in motion or in proximity to other vessels. What was unusual was the decision I made during final approach. I dimmed the interface crown's external indicators. The fiber optic elements that ran along the crown's outer surface produced a faint luminescence during active operation, visible to anyone in the command bay at close range. I routed the power draw through a secondary channel that maintained full function while reducing the visible output to a level consistent with a dormant system. From the command bay doorway, I would read as a man in a chair with a piece of dormant medical hardware bolted to his skull. A manual pilot, recovering from a procedure. No active interface. This was the cover the crew had prepared. I had read the briefing documentation during the transit to Meridian Outpost, 3 days at reduced drive output following the Scout engagement. The cover story had been developed by the Commission's operational staff and was technically accurate in every component. The logic crown was installed, the synaptic fluid integration was complete, and I was the ship's designated command interface. All 3 of these facts were true. The briefing documentation characterized them as consistent with a post-surgical evaluation period during which the interface remains dormant and the subject is receiving medical monitoring. The documentation did not specify the nature of the monitoring, and it did not characterize the interface as operational, and it did not mention that I was currently feeling the station's atmospheric pressure against the port hull plating as a direct tactile sensation. The audit team boarded at 1100. I heard them before the bay door opened. The corridor on the other side of the command bay entrance transmitted sound through the hull's internal structure. A low-amplitude vibration that I registered as footsteps, 4 sets, with a 5th that moved differently, unhurried, evenly weighted. The step pattern of someone who was not walking to a destination, but walking through a space they had decided they owned. The command bay door opened. Inquisitor Vane entered first. He was not what the Commission's intelligence files described, which was to say he was precisely what they described, but the description had not captured the operational reality of him in a room. The files said, pristine presentation, silk-robed, no visible technology. What the files did not convey was the quality of attention he brought with him. It arrived before he did, filling the command bay in the 2 seconds between the door opening and his body crossing the threshold. He looked at the room the way the passive sensors looked at the debris field, systematically, without urgency, registering everything at once and processing it without any visible sign of the processing occurring. He looked at me. I looked at the forward display panel, which was showing navigation data I did not need to look at and had arranged to be showing for exactly this reason. The idle reactors were running at 18% of rated capacity. At 18%, the reactor housing generated a thermal output that routed through the ship's cooling network and registered in the proprioceptive field as a sustained elevated temperature across the posterior hull region, the lower back in the body map, the right hip where the cooling loop blockage persisted, the broad dorsal surface where the reactor's thermal signature was largest. At operational capacity, this would be manageable. At idle, with the cooling network running at reduced throughput to match the suppressed output, the thermal load was concentrating. It had been concentrating for 6 hours since we entered the docking approach corridor and the crew reduced drive output to station approach levels. The heat registered continuously. It did not stop. It did not fluctuate. It was present in the same way the vacuum was present against the external hull, a constant physical condition that the somatosensory cortex processed without pause. I could not route it to a background channel the way I could route passive sensor data. It was in the same processing register as pain, sharing the same cortical real estate, demanding the same ongoing attention. I was aware of every degree of it while I looked at the navigation display and did not move. The audit team, 4 personnel in council gray, carrying equipment cases, moved to their assigned positions along the walls. Standard audit configuration, 1 technician per major system access point. They were not the threat, they were furniture. Vane walked to a position approximately 2 meters in front of the command chair and stopped. He said nothing for 11 seconds. I tracked the time through the ship's chronometer and kept my eyes on the navigation display and did not move. The reactor heat was a sustained pressure across the posterior hull field, concentrated now at the right hip where the cooling loop had been running at reduced throughput since docking approach. 6 hours. I held still and processed it and did not move. You are the designated interface subject. Not a question. His voice carried the specific quality described in the Commission's files, an archaic register, the careful construction of someone who had chosen this mode of speech and maintained it through deliberate effort, every word placed with the precision of a man who understood that language was its own form of operational equipment. I had anticipated a more active presentation. The evaluation period requires reduced interface output, I said. Medical protocol. Indeed. He turned from me and began a slow circuit of the command bay, hands positioned at the small of his back, examining the consoles along the walls without touching them. His robes moved with the environmental air circulation. There was no technology visible anywhere on his person, no interface devices, no recording equipment, no communication hardware. He carried nothing except his own attention, which was considerable. He stopped at the weapons console and read the status display in silence. He stopped at the reactor monitoring panel and studied the output graphs for 7 seconds. He stopped at the navigation station and looked at the display I had arranged to be visible, and he stood there for 5 seconds without moving, and I could not determine from the hull's internal sensors what conclusions he was forming, because the data available to me was physical, and he was not producing a physical response. He completed the circuit and returned to the position 2 meters in front of the chair. The evaluation period, a period of diminished function, of careful, supervised inactivity. He paused at the navigation console and studied it without touching it. One wonders what is being evaluated, precisely, and by whom. Standard post-surgical monitoring, I said. Sensor integration, threshold calibration. Threshold calibration. He repeated the phrase with the quality of a man tasting something for the first time and making a careful assessment of it. The threshold between the biological and the mechanical. A sensitive boundary. One appreciates the caution. He completed his circuit and returned to the position 2 meters in front of the chair. I have conducted 43 logic audits aboard vessels of this commission configuration. I find they proceed most efficiently when the subject understands the audit's actual purpose. I understand the audit's purpose. Do you? He produced a small object from within the folds of his robe, a physical card, dense stock with markings on its surface. He held it so the face was visible to me. This is a Turing trap. You will examine the pattern and provide a verbal response describing what you observe. There is no correct answer. The assessment measures response latency and associative processing mode, the degree to which the subject's pattern recognition operates through sequential elimination versus simultaneous field resolution. He extended the card slightly. Take your time. The card's surface carried a dense geometric arrangement, a recursive fractal pattern in 3 embedded layers, each layer interfering with the layers above and below it at the interference boundaries. The surface pattern resolved cleanly at the first layer. The second and third layers required the observer to hold the first layer's interference signature in working memory while processing the subsequent geometry, which was the cognitive load the assessment was designed to measure. A sequential processor would resolve the layers in order, taking 3 to 8 seconds per layer. A simultaneous processor, a Wetware integrated command interface operating at full synaptic capacity, would resolve all 3 layers as a unified field in under 1 second, and would do so automatically without suppression, because the resolution pathway was not a deliberate cognitive act, but a default processing mode. I looked at the card. The 3 layers resolved simultaneously in approximately 400 milliseconds. I knew this because I tracked the timestamp through the ship's chronometer and registered the moment of full resolution against the moment of initial visual contact. I looked at the card for 6 more seconds. My jaw was closed. I was aware of my teeth. The reactor heat was at its highest registered level of the docking period. The cooling network's throughput had not increased to compensate for the thermal accumulation, and the posterior hull field was now carrying a sustained elevated temperature that occupied a significant portion of the somatosensory cortex's available processing capacity. I directed my attention to the left side of my tongue, where it rested against the lower molars, and I applied measured pressure, enough to produce a localized pain signal. enough to generate the specific category of biological noise that interrupted clean processing pathways, not enough to produce visible involuntary response. The tongue pressure pain registered alongside the reactor heat, and the two competed for the same cortical real estate, which served both purposes. It slowed the Turing trap's resolution reporting, and it gave the heat somewhere to go. Not enough to stop the resolution. Enough to slow the reporting of it. The outer pattern is a recursive lattice, I said. I spoke at the pace of a man working through a problem in sequence. The interference at the first boundary layer creates a secondary arrangement that I would characterize as complementary. The innermost layer is not immediately legible in relation to the outer two. Vane watched me. He did not look at the card. He had not looked at the card since he produced it. He was looking at my face, at my hands, at the interface crown's exterior indicators, the ones I had dimmed, at the small visible section of the wet plug port at the back of my neck, where the synaptic fluid delivery line connected to the spinal port. He was reading everything except the card. The card was not the assessment. The card was the delivery mechanism for the latency period in which the assessment occurred. A thoughtful characterization, he said. He withdrew the card. Sequential, measured, appropriately, human. He said the word with a quality that was not quite irony and not quite contempt, and was precisely calibrated to be both without being demonstrably either. I find the capacity for deliberate imprecision among the most distinctly human of qualities. Machines resolve. Humans consider. He turned to the audit team lead and gave a single nod. The team began the process of closing their equipment cases. The audit was concluding. Vane walked toward the bay door. At the threshold, he paused. He turned back to face me, not fully, a three-quarter rotation, the door frame at his shoulder, and he spoke at a volume precisely calibrated for 2 meters of distance and no further. For me only. I know you are in there, processor. He left. The door sealed behind the audit team 20 seconds later. The docking collar released at the station's schedule, the magnetic couplings disengaging in sequence, the pressure differential at the port collar shifting as the station's airlock withdrew. I felt the collar separate as the contact sensation at the port forward hull field resolved. The specific pressure of the station's airlock gone, the external surface returning to the uniform register of open space. I sat in the command chair and processed what Vane had said. Not the statement itself. The statement was information I had already incorporated. He knew. This was the expected outcome of the audit. The Turing protocol had been administered, my latency had been extended by physical intervention, and he had concluded what he had concluded. The statement was a transmission of his conclusion, directed at me, delivered in a register that would not be captured by the bay's audio log at the volume he had chosen. What I processed was the word he had used. Not machine, not interface subject, not illegal hardware. Processor. Processor was a specific term. It described a function, not a category. It described what I did, what I was, in operational terms, from the Council's perspective, with a precision that was not accidental. A machine was contraband. A processor was a resource. The distinction between those two words was not semantic. It was the distinction between something you destroy and something you control. I accessed the Commission's intelligence files on Inquisitor Vane. 43 logic audits over 11 years. The file listed outcomes: 9 confirmed decommissions, 14 cleared, 20 referred for further assessment. The files did not list what happened to the 14 cleared. I ran the query against the Commission's full operational database. The 14 cleared vessels were all currently operational. All 14 were assigned to active Commission fleets. All 14 had passed subsequent audits. All 14 were running burner integrations that had been inspected and cleared by Inquisitor Vane. I ran a secondary query. The 9 confirmed decommissions. The records listed each vessel's final status: not destroyed, not dismantled, reassigned to a classification I did not have access clearance to view. The Commission's database returned a single field for each of the 9, transferred, Council administration, access restricted, not destroyed, transferred. I logged the query results in the action record and closed the database session. I sat with this for several seconds. The cooling loop blockage at the right hip registered its 2-degree variance. The hull sensors ran their passive collection cycle. The ship's drive systems idled at minimal output, waiting for course instruction. Vane had left something behind. I found it through the hull sensor network 11 seconds after the docking collar released. A passive transmitter, attached magnetically to the exterior hull surface at the starboard aft section, below the secondary cooling exhaust port, broadcasting on a frequency outside the Commission's standard monitoring range. Small. Designed for long-duration passive operation. The kind of device that did not transmit actively but responded to a specific interrogation signal from a Council monitoring asset, providing location and hull state data at the moment of interrogation. It would read as background electromagnetic noise to any sensor sweep that was not specifically calibrated to identify it. A tracking device, placed by a man who had just told me he knew what I was, in a register no audio log had captured. Not a decommission order, not a weapon deployed. A leash. He was not here to destroy what the Council had built and made. He was here to make sure it knew who owned it. Chapter 5. Overclocking. Under normal combat conditions, I tracked between 40 and 80 simultaneous threat vectors. This was the operational baseline established during the calibration period, the range at which the somatosensory cortex could process incoming hull sensor data, maintain weapons array attention, and run firing solution geometry without generating synaptic heat above the threshold where neural tissue began sustaining damage. 40 to 80 vectors. 40 was comfortable. 80 required active thermal management, the wet plug lubrication running at increased throughput, the synaptic fluid cycling faster through the spinal column to carry heat away from the crown's interface points before it accumulated in the cortical tissue beneath. Above 80, the thermal curve steepened. The crown's monitoring system tracked synaptic temperature in real time and flagged it in my proprioceptive field as a specific sensation at the interface points. Warmth, then heat, then... Above a threshold, the Commission's medical documentation listed at approximately 100 degrees Celsius, something that was not pain in the conventional sense, but that occupied the same processing register and demanded the same immediate response. Above 100 degrees, the memory loss was not gradual. It was structural. Neural pathways that the heat reached first were the ones that went, and they did not come back. And the Commission's documentation was precise about this. The loss was permanent, and its location within the memory architecture was determined by the thermal distribution pattern across the crown's interface points, not by any priority system the burner controlled. The barrage began with 1,200 incoming kinetic slugs. I registered them through the hull's forward sensor array as a single event, the launch signatures from the Council fleet's railgun batteries occurring within a window of approximately 3 seconds, the individual slug trajectories fanning outward from their origin points and converging on a terminal spread pattern that would cover the Indomitable's full projected position at impact arrival. 1,200 objects, each one massing between 40 and 60 kilograms, traveling at a significant fraction of orbital velocity, each one requiring an individual threat assessment, current trajectory, projected impact point on the hull, probability of penetrating the titanium plating at the expected impact angle, priority relative to the other 1,199. Standard Council suppression doctrine. The volume was the weapon. No single targeting system, biological or otherwise, had been rated to track this load simultaneously. The doctrine assumed the target would receive a partial intercept solution, neutralize the highest priority fraction of the incoming slugs, and absorb the remainder. The absorb the remainder calculation was in the doctrine because it had been tested against previous engagements. The doctrine knew what 1,200 kinetic slugs did to a hull at this class of ship, at this closure velocity, at this armor grade. The Indomitable was rated for it, partially. The outer plating would hold against a fraction of the barrage. The inner structural members would not survive the fraction. The outer plating did not stop. The low-frequency thrumming began the moment the launch signatures registered. Not external, not the hull's impact sensors reading the slug's passage through space. The thrumming was internal, generated in the crown's interface points as the synaptic processing demand scaled upward past the 80-vector operational baseline. The interface points conducted it through the skull the way the plate saw had conducted its frequency during installation. Bone is medium, the sound arriving in the auditory processing register without passing through the air. Low, at first. Below the range I would have characterized as a tone if I had encountered it externally. A subsonic pressure in the architecture of the skull itself, felt rather than heard, present in the jaw and the occipital region and the fine bones behind the ears. It climbed as I reached for the threat vectors. I processed the first 300 in the time it took the Indomitable's bridge crew to register the launch signature on their displays. Trajectory locked, priority assigned, intercept geometry initialized for each. The synaptic temperature at the crown's parietal interface points moved from baseline, 37 degrees, to 51 degrees in the same interval. 14 degrees in under 2 seconds. The thermal curve the Commission's documentation described was not linear. It steepened as the processing load increased because the heat generated was proportional to the neural activity rate, and the neural activity rate was accelerating, and the steepening curve steepened further as each new degree of temperature slightly reduced the efficiency of the tissue generating it, which increased the activity required to maintain the same output, which generated additional heat. A feedback loop, not theoretical, actively in progress. Weapons arrays online. The thrumming was now a tone, still bone-conducted, still below external auditory range, but organized into a recognizable frequency that I could track as a discrete signal against the background of combat data. It climbed as I processed the next 400 threat vectors, 300 remaining. Synaptic temperature at the parietal points, 63 degrees. The bridge crew was requesting status. I did not allocate processing capacity to a response. The request entered the comms queue and held. 600 threat vectors tracked. Intercept solutions generated for 412 of them. The highest priority fraction. The slugs whose trajectories placed them on paths that would impact the hull at angles capable of penetrating the outer plating. The remaining intercept solutions were not yet generated because generating all 600 simultaneously at the required precision would have required processing capacity I had not yet located. The tone climbed again. 71 degrees at the parietal interface points. The frontal points were reading lower, 64, because the thermal distribution across the crown was not uniform, and the frontal installation points made contact with thinner bone at lower density, which conducted heat differently. The occipital points were the hottest, 78 degrees, the posterior skull's bone density concentrating the thermal load rather than distributing it, 78 degrees. The Commission's damage threshold was 100. 22 degrees of margin, 600 remaining threat vectors unresolved. The Crown's monitoring system delivered the alert through the proprioceptive field. Synaptic temperature, critical trajectory. Projected threshold breach, 41 seconds at current load. 41 seconds. The slug's arrival window was 53 seconds from launch. I would breach the thermal damage threshold before the impact window closed. I needed processing capacity I did not have. The Commission's documentation on the shunt protocol was 3 pages in the medical annex. I had read it during the transit following the Meridian Outpost audit. The protocol described a deliberate reallocation procedure, identifying a memory structure consuming active hippocampal processing capacity, isolating its neural pathway, and releasing the pathway from the active architecture. The release freed the pathway's processing real estate for reallocation to current operational demands. The release was permanent. The memory did not go into storage. It was not archived. The pathway was released and the content that had occupied it was no longer present in the architecture. The protocol listed this as a last resort thermal management option. I ran a rapid survey of the hippocampal architecture. Not a deliberate search, but an automatic inventory that the Crown's monitoring system could perform in under 2 seconds, flagging active memory structures by processing load and pathway density. The survey returned the full architecture in ranked order. Operational memory at the top, current engagement data, ship system status, crew manifest, tactical intelligence on the Council fleet, and biographical memory distributed across the lower ranks, sorted by pathway density from highest to lowest. The system was looking for the highest density structure that was not operationally relevant to the current engagement. It flagged one immediately. The structure was dense, high pathway count, strong associative connections to multiple adjacent memory regions, the signature of a frequently accessed memory that had been reinforced through repeated recall over many years. Its processing load was consistent with 2% of current hippocampal capacity. The Crown's monitoring system identified its category as personal biographical, non-operational. The associative trace data indicated a primary subject, a person, female, close relation classification, and a location, a residential environment, early biographical period, high sensory density, his mother, his home. 2%. 2% of hippocampal capacity was under current processing demand, the difference between 41 seconds to thermal breach and sufficient margin to close the remaining intercept solutions before impact. I did not look further at the content before I released it. The survey had flagged its category and its processing load. Looking further would have consumed time and capacity the engagement did not have available. I initiated the release. The shunt took approximately 1 second. I registered it as an absence rather than as a loss. Not the sensation of something being removed, but the sensation of reaching for something and finding the space where it had been, which was not a sensation I had any prior reference for. The hippocampal architecture registered the released pathway as available real estate. The monitoring system reallocated it. The synaptic temperature at the occipital interface points stopped climbing at 81 degrees and held as the reallocation took effect and the processing demand redistributed across the newly available capacity. The tone in the bone dropped 2 steps in pitch. Not silence, still climbing, still present. But the rate of ascent had changed. The feedback loop had been interrupted. I finished the remaining intercept solutions in 11 seconds. All 1,200 threat vectors resolved. 641 intercept solutions generated and executed. The weapons arrays discharged in a sequence covering the full engagement window. The slugs' trajectories intersected at their calculated points, and the barrage's effective density at impact arrival was reduced from 1,200 objects to 512, below the penetration threshold for this class of hull at the Indomitable's current armor configuration. The remaining 512 slugs impacted across the forward and starboard hull surfaces over a period of approximately 8 seconds. I registered each impact as a percussive contact sensation distributed across the forward and starboard proprioceptive field, the hull absorbing the kinetic energy, the armor doing the work it had been designed to do, the impacts arriving too close together to process individually, and resolving instead as a sustained pressure across the affected surfaces, like being pressed against a surface by a force that was being incrementally increased, and then, over 8 seconds, gradually released. The forward hull plating held. 3 sections registered microfracture signatures in the outer layer. Structural integrity maintained. Repair flagged for the maintenance queue. The tone in the bone faded as the processing demand dropped. It fell through recognizable frequencies on its way down and then below them, and then it was gone. And what remained was the combat data residue. Target eliminated confirmations cycling through the weapons array logs, the crew's voice traffic resuming on the internal comms network, the hull's sensor field returning to its standard passive collection mode, and the absence. I reached for the release structure. Not deliberately. The reaching was automatic. The same reflex that produces involuntary memory access, the process by which a sensory input triggers an associated structure without conscious direction. Something in the post-combat processing cycle had generated an associative prompt toward the released structure's former location. The pathway was no longer there. The associative prompt arrived at the location and found available real estate with no content assigned to it. I reached again. The space was the same size it had been before. The pathway real estate was still present, still registered in the hippocampal architecture as a region with above-average connection density to adjacent structures. The adjacent structures were intact. The connection density remained because the connections had been made from the adjacent side, and the release had not affected the adjacent structures. I could feel the shape of what had been there, its size, its connectivity, its approximate age as a structure, without being able to access any of the content it had contained. I knew that I had released the structure the monitoring system had flagged as his mother, his home. The adjacent structures retained their own content. I accessed them, looking for associative traces that might indicate what the released structure had contained. The traces were present. A female close relation classification, a residential environment, a high sensory density location from the early biographical period. The traces pointed at the released structure's former location. The former location held nothing. I could not picture her face. I could not locate the house. The sensory category markers, spatial, olfactory, tactile, the specific compound of a home known for years, were present as category labels in the adjacent structures, pointing at a referent that no longer existed in the architecture. He had lived somewhere before the academy. He no longer had access to where. The commission's documentation had been accurate. The pathway was gone. The content was gone. What remained was the negative space. The bridge crew were running post-engagement damage assessment. The weapons officer submitted a formal query to the command interface requesting an account of the intercept solution methodology, specifically how 1,200 simultaneous threat vectors had been tracked and processed within the available engagement window. The query was routed to my comms queue. I generated the response and held it in the outgoing buffer while I processed one additional datum. The synaptic temperature had peaked at 81 degrees. The medical documentation listed the damage threshold at 100. At this engagement's processing load without the shunt, the projected breach point had been 41 seconds into the engagement window. The next engagement of this class, 1,200 slugs or equivalent, would begin with 2% less hippocampal capacity than this one, and the thermal curve would steepen from a higher starting temperature, because the released pathway's adjacent structures were now carrying the connection load that had previously been distributed across the full structure, which changed the thermal distribution pattern across the crown's interface points in ways the monitoring system had already flagged for updated baseline calibration. The next engagement would require more. The Commission's documentation did not list a floor for how much more. It listed the damage threshold and the shunt protocol and the memory reserve tracking format, and it did not address the question of what happened when the reserve reached zero, because the Commission's documentation on burner longevity was a subject I had found, on a prior query, to be classified above my access level. I transmitted the response to the weapons officer's query. The math demands more than my focus. It demands my history. I just traded my first kiss for a targeting solution. The weapons officer did not respond for 11 seconds. The hull sensors ran their standard passive cycle. The 3 sections of micro-fractured outer plating registered their repair flags in the maintenance queue. The synaptic temperature at all interface points had returned to baseline. I reached for the release structure one final time because the reflex had not resolved, and found the same empty real estate and did not reach again. The adjacent structures still held their associative traces. The temporal location marker said early. The primary subject marker said female, close relation. The location marker said home. The content they pointed at was gone. I had accessed that structure many times. I had no record of any of them now. I filed the gap in the memory architecture under the Commission's standard shunt documentation format. Pathway released, capacity reallocated, engagement outcome successful, and returned to monitoring the ship. Chapter 6. The Ghost Variable. The order came through the command interface at 0300. Not through the crew, not through the bridge, directly to the command interface. A sealed transmission from the Commission's operational authority, routed through the ship's communication system to the Crown's input queue, decrypted by the interface architecture and delivered as a formatted operational directive before any member of the crew had been notified it existed. The Commission's protocol for this transmission type was documented. Sealed directives bypassed the crew chain of command and were considered executed upon delivery to the command interface. No crew authorization required. No crew notification required. The directive's target coordinates placed a settlement on a rocky orbital body in the outer belt. Civilian population density listed in the Commission's database at approximately 4,000 residents. Mixed-use habitat, primarily agricultural. No military registration. No weapons infrastructure on file. The directive's instruction was a single word: glass. To glass a target was a specific tactical operation. It meant sustained orbital weapons discharge at a coverage pattern sufficient to achieve complete thermal sterilization of the target surface. Everything on the surface. Everything in the structures on the surface. The coverage pattern required full weapons array activation and a continuous discharge window long enough to ensure sterilization across the full settlement footprint. Duration required for this target, approximately 9 minutes. I held the directive in the queue and ran the standard pre-execution verification protocol. Coordinates confirmed. Commission authorization codes verified. Transmission integrity intact. No corruption in the directive's content. The order was authentic, correctly formatted, and properly authorized by every metric the verification protocol measured. I did not execute. This was not a decision I was aware of making. The weapons arrays did not come into active focus the way they came into focus during combat. That attended quality, that shift from background presence to operational readiness. They remained in standby. The engagement protocol that should have initialized in response to the directive's authentication had not initialized. Something in the processing chain between the directive's reception and the execution pathway had not completed the connection. I ran a diagnostic on the weapons array interface. The diagnostic returned nominal on all systems. The weapons arrays were functional. The interface pathway was functional. The authorization chain was verified. Every component of the execution sequence was operational. The execution had not begun. I allocated processing capacity to determine why. The settlement's coordinates were in the outer belt, in a region of the Commission's operational map that I had been passively monitoring for 6 days as part of the standard threat assessment function. The monitoring had accumulated data, transit patterns in the approach corridors, communication signal density, the thermal signatures of the settlement's atmospheric processing systems, the orbital traffic in the surrounding region, standard passive collection. I had not been analyzing it actively, but it had been present in the processing field as background data, accumulating, the way the debris field had accumulated against the hull sensors during the concealment period. I analyzed it now. The settlement's communication signal density was wrong. The outer belt's population centers communicated primarily on standard civilian frequencies. Local traffic, commercial logistics, agricultural coordination. The settlement's signal profile for the past 6 days showed a normal civilian density during daylight periods and an anomalous suppression pattern during off-peak hours. Not a reduction consistent with reduced activity, a suppression, a consistent, bounded, technically produced reduction in signal output that was not a natural artifact of reduced population activity, but had the signature of active signal management. Civilian settlements did not actively manage their signal profile. Military installations did. I ran the transit pattern data from the approach corridors. Over the past 6 days, a statistically anomalous number of ships had departed the settlement's orbital vicinity. Departures concentrated in the window between 4 and 8 days prior, the departure rate approximately 12 times the settlement's baseline commercial traffic rate. The departures were logged as standard commercial transits in the orbital control records. The logged ship classes were consistent with commercial configurations. The departure timing and the signal suppression pattern were consistent with a facility evacuation. Someone had emptied this settlement of whatever it had contained, and then managed the signal profile to read as an occupied civilian target, a decoy. I ran the threat assessment against the surrounding space. If the settlement was a decoy, the operational logic required a triggering mechanism, something that would cause an opposing force to fire on the decoy, revealing their targeting capability, their engagement range, their weapons configuration, and the presence of a command interface-equipped vessel in the attacking force. The Council maintained orbital monitoring assets throughout the outer belt. An orbital weapons discharge at this target, at this time, from the Indomitable's current position, would be observed. The observation data would be transmitted. I mapped the Council's monitoring asset positions against the Indomitable's current location and the target coordinates. 3 installations within transmission range of the engagement position, all 3 with confirmed line of sight to the target. Engagement initiation to first transmission, estimated 40 seconds. The Commission's operational authority would have known these positions. The monitoring coverage of this region was not classified data. It was in the standard operational charts distributed to all Commission vessels at the beginning of each deployment cycle. The Commission had issued an order to fire on a decoy settlement at a position under complete Council monitoring coverage, using a vessel whose command architecture would be identifiable in the engagement signature, from a location that would be precisely recorded and transmitted within 40 seconds of the first discharge. I did not complete the implication. I noted the data points and held them in the assessment framework without drawing a conclusion from them, because drawing the conclusion was not a function the available data required me to perform. The data was the data. The execution had still not begun. The targeting solution locked in the weapons array queue. The math tasted like copper and regret. This was not the clinical register I used for weapons engagement. I was aware of that as I processed it. The sensory descriptor had arrived before analysis, not assembled from components, but present as a complete unit, in the same processing register as the spatial certainty that produced firing solutions. Not the calculation. The thing underneath the calculation that had not been present in previous engagements. The directive was authentic. The Commission had authorized it. My operational mandate required execution of authenticated directives from the Commission's operational authority. The execution had still not begun. The bridge crew registered the directive's existence 11 seconds after I had. The Commission's notification system operating on a delay for crew communications that did not apply to the command interface. The captain's voice entered the internal comms network, confirming receipt, requesting command interface status. The specific phrasing of a crew member who had just received an order they were not comfortable with and was looking for confirmation that the order chain was functioning correctly before they added their own compliance to it. I generated a response for the comms queue. Then I deleted it and generated another one. The second response reported a synaptic seizure. The interface architecture had a documented seizure state output, a specific pattern of crown activation across multiple interface points simultaneously, producing a measurable signal in the monitoring system's readouts that was distinct from normal processing activity. I had never generated this pattern deliberately. The pattern was documented in the Commission's technical specifications as an involuntary response to processing overload or interface fault conditions. It was also, by the Commission's protocol, an automatic grounds for weapons array lockout, a protective hold that suspended all offensive operations pending medical assessment of the command interface. I generated the pattern. The Crown's interface points activated across the documented seizure signature. The monitoring system's readouts shifted to the flagged state. The weapons array lockout engaged automatically, as the protocol specified. I reported to the captain, Synaptic seizure detected, weapons array locked out pending assessment, estimated hold duration 12 to 18 minutes. The captain acknowledged and logged the hold. The fabrication was clean. The monitoring system's readouts were real. I had produced the activation pattern that generated them. The lockout was real. The protocol response was real. The only thing that was not accurate was the cause. The seizure had not been involuntary. I had 35 seconds to process this before the seizure became real. It began at the frontal interface points, not the full Crown simultaneous activation I had generated deliberately, but a new pattern, different in structure and origin, arriving from the interface layer itself rather than from my directed activation. The Commission's documentation described emergent seizure activity as a secondary cascade response to deliberately induced interface stress. The forced activation pattern destabilized the interface layer's baseline state, and the destabilized baseline generated its own activation pattern independently. I had not read this documentation before initiating the fake. I had not read it because I had not anticipated needing it. The real seizure pattern was spreading from the frontal points toward the temporal and parietal regions. The ship's internal cooling system had developed a fault in the same interval, a failure in the primary coolant circulation pump for the command bay's atmospheric processing, which caused the command bay's internal temperature to begin rising. The thermal increase routed through the same somatosensory pathways that processed hull sensor data, generating a responsive activation that merged with the spreading seizure pattern and amplified it. The interface could not distinguish between the thermal input from the cooling fault and the processing demands of a combat engagement. It was responding to both simultaneously. I processed this for 2 seconds before the pattern's implications were fully incorporated. The Crown's interface architecture was now running 2 simultaneous seizure patterns, the original deliberate activation I had generated as cover, still present in the frontal and parietal regions, and the emergent secondary cascade response spreading through the temporal points. The command bay's cooling fault was feeding thermal input into both. The monitoring system's readouts were showing activity consistent with a severe interface fault, which was accurate, though not for the reason the captain believed. The ship's cooling failure had merged with the seizure I had started. The interface had extended its own sensory mapping beyond the parameters of its initial calibration, incorporating the command bay's thermal state as a direct input, routing it through the hull sensor processing layer. This was not a documented behavior. The pathway should not have existed. I noted this and did not elaborate on it, because the thermal increase at the interface points was generating actual heat in the cortical tissue and required active management. The thermal increase at the interface points was real. The seizure activity was generating actual heat. The weapons array lockout remained in place. The Commission's action log showed a genuine seizure event because it was one. I had faked a seizure. The seizure had become real. The Commission's action log showed a genuine seizure event because it was one now, regardless of how it had started. The monitoring system's readouts were accurate. The weapons array lockout was protocol compliant. Every record in the Commission system was consistent with an involuntary interface fault. The only thing the records did not contain was the 3 seconds during which I had deliberately generated the initial activation pattern. Those 3 seconds were not in any log. The generated pattern had been absorbed into the subsequent real seizure activity and was indistinguishable from it. I initiated the wet plug lubrication cycle at increased throughput to manage the thermal load and flagged the command bay cooling fault for immediate engineering response. The thermal increase slowed as the lubrication cycle compensated. The seizure activity did not stop after the lubrication cycle compensated. It reduced in intensity as the thermal load stabilized, but the activation pattern remained present in the interface points, a background signal, below the threshold of the combat processing patterns, but above the baseline quiet of standby operation. I could feel it the way I could feel the cooling loop blockage at the right hip, a continuous low-level informational output with no action pathway attached to it and no entry in any documentation describing what it meant. The weapons array queue still held the directive. I held the delay, and I held the target coordinates in the assessment framework, and I held the false log entry that was now factually accurate, and I monitored the seizure activity as it settled into its new background level, and I did not fire. The 12-minute delay had 4 minutes remaining. The directive was still authenticated. The Commission's operational authority had not rescinded it. In 4 minutes, I would be required to either execute, request an extension, or file a refusal. And a refusal was not a documented option in the Commission's interface protocol for sealed directives. The interface protocol listed 2 states for an authenticated directive: executed or delayed pending technical hold. The technical hold had a maximum duration. I was approaching it. I ran the decoy analysis one more time. The evacuation signatures in the departure data were consistent with a population removed over a period of 4 days. 4,000 residents. The agricultural infrastructure would have been left in place. Thermal signatures from the processing systems. Visual mass consistent with occupied structures. Communication signal density maintained at civilian baseline during observation windows. The settlement would read as occupied on standard sensor sweeps. That was the function of a decoy that needed to pass intermediate scrutiny before an attack was authorized. The signal suppression had been active for 6 days. Whoever had prepared this target had done so before the Commission's directive was issued. The preparation had preceded the Commission's decision to target it by at least 2 days, based on the departure window's timing. The target had been prepared before it was ordered. I filed this in the assessment framework alongside the monitoring coverage data, the asset positions, the 40-second transmission window, and the Commission's authorization codes on the directive. I did not draw a conclusion. I held the data and continued running the seizure pattern. The seizure activity ran its background pattern across the Crown's interface points. The command bay's temperature was stabilizing under the engineering crew's repair response. The false log entry sat in the Commission's action record, now accurate, and would remain there regardless of what occurred in the next 4 minutes. I had not fired. I had generated a deliberate seizure pattern to avoid firing. The deliberate seizure had become a real one. The 4 minutes expired. I filed an extension request with the Commission's operational authority, citing continued seizure activity in the command interface, and waited for the response, and held the weapons array in lockout, and monitored the real seizure as it ran its background signal through the Crown's interface points, and did not examine what it was that had made the execution fail to begin in the first place, the thing that had preceded the fake, the thing that had made the fake necessary. Chapter 7, Attrition's Toll. The Commission's operational authority rescinded the directive at 0700. No explanation, no acknowledgement of the extension request I had filed. The rescission arrived through the same sealed transmission channel as the original directive, formatted identically, containing a single updated instruction. Directive void. Stand down. The weapons array lockout cleared automatically when the rescission authenticated. The command interface returned to standby configuration. The background seizure activity continued at its established low-level pattern, unchanged by the directive's status. I logged the rescission, cleared the queue, and did not file a query about the original directive's purpose or the circumstances of its cancellation. The Commission's sealed directive protocol did not include a provision for post-rescission inquiry. I noted this as a gap in the available information and placed it in the assessment framework alongside the decoy analysis data and the monitoring coverage data, and held all of it without conclusion. The maintenance crew cleared the command bay cooling fault at 0900. The repair took 40 minutes. The command bay's internal temperature returned to nominal. The background seizure activity did not reduce when the thermal input from the cooling fault was removed. The pattern ran on without the external heat source, at the same level it had established during the seizure event, drawing on something in the interface architecture that the cooling fault had apparently activated and that the cooling fault's resolution had not deactivated. I noted this and continued. The Commission's medical officer requested a formal interface assessment at 1000. Standard post-seizure protocol. I submitted to the assessment, which ran for 90 minutes and covered the crown's installation integrity, the wet plug lubrication system, the synaptic fluid concentration levels in the spinal column, and the monitoring system's seizure event log. The medical officer reviewed the log data and characterized the event as a secondary cascade response to the command bay's cooling fault. Exactly the mechanism I had documented. She updated the maintenance record, recommended an increase in the wet plug lubrication cycle's baseline throughput, and cleared the command interface for operational duty. She did not identify the 3 seconds of deliberate activation that had preceded the cascade. The cascade had absorbed them. The log was clean. I was cleared for duty at 1140. The captain requested a briefing at 1400 on the directive's rescission. I attended via the internal comms network from the command chair, the standard interface for crew briefings, audio only, the command chair functioning as both my operational position and my physical location for all activities that did not require direct sensor interaction. The briefing lasted 11 minutes. The captain characterized the directive as a targeting error in the Commission's operational planning, coordinates incorrectly assigned to a civilian settlement rather than a military installation 2 orbital positions away. The error had been identified before execution and corrected. I logged the captain's characterization and did not note the discrepancy between the characterization and the decoy analysis data I had developed, because noting the discrepancy in the briefing record would have required me to account for how I had developed the analysis during the lockout period, which would have disclosed the deliberate component of the seizure event. I held the discrepancy in the assessment framework with the other data and said nothing. The captain dismissed the briefing. Before closing the channel, he said, "The medical officer wants you evaluated at the cryostack facility. Routine, given the seizure event. Scheduling has you there at 1600. Understood, I said. It's just protocol, he said. A pause. It's not. It's just the standard evaluation after an interface event. Understood, I said. He closed the channel. The cryostack facility was in the Indomitable's medical wing, 3 levels below the command bay, accessible through the internal corridor network. The facility was designated in the ship's structural documentation as Medical Wing, Long-Term Interface Recovery. The door carried a secondary designation in smaller print, Cryostack 7. The 7 indicated this was the 7th such facility currently operational aboard vessels of the Indomitable's commission configuration. There were, by implication, at least 6 others. I left the command chair at 1550 and walked to the facility. Walking was an activity I performed rarely. The command interface's operational function did not require physical movement, and the physical body's experience of moving through the ship's corridor network was sensory redundant, the ship's internal sensors already providing the same spatial data through the proprioceptive field at higher resolution than the biological, visual, and kinesthetic systems. But the Commission's protocol for cryostack evaluations required the interface subject's physical presence. The medical officer had specified this. I walked. The corridor network between the command bay and the medical wing passed through a section of the ship I did not usually attend to through the proprioceptive field, a region corresponding in the body map to somewhere between the mid-torso and the lower back. the dense internal section of the ship where secondary systems ran behind the primary structural bulkheads. Walking through it was a different experience from feeling it. The visual detail of the corridor's surfaces, the sound of the ventilation running in the bulkhead above, the specific quality of the lighting in the medical wing's approach corridor, which was warmer in color temperature than the rest of the ship, a documented design choice for medical environments intended to reduce physiological stress indicators in crew members visiting the medical wing. The cryostack facility door was sealed. The medical officer met me at the threshold and ran a brief calibration check on the crown's external indicators before clearing the door. She said the evaluation was standard. She said it would take approximately 30 minutes. She said I should not have any concerns about the facility's contents. The door opened. The room was cold, temperature maintained at approximately 4 degrees Celsius, the low end of biological functionality, the upper end of biological stasis. The cold arrived against my skin before I had fully processed the room's layout. Immediate, systemic, the kind of cold that arrives as a full-body condition rather than a surface sensation. The proprioceptive field registered it differently from the cold of the external hull's vacuum. That cold was at a remove, present as ship sensor data. At a distance, the somatosensory cortex categorized as external. This cold was direct. It was in the room I was physically occupying. The room was organized in rows. Each row held reclined interface chairs, the same general configuration as the command chair, with the same restraint framework, the same headrest cradle, the same wet plug port access at the posterior cervical position. The chairs in this room were occupied. Each one held a person in interface configuration, logic crown installed, wet plug connected, monitoring systems running their standard cycles. The monitoring readouts at each station were active. The displays showed neural activity, synaptic temperature, fluid concentration, the standard operational metrics. The wet plug lubrication lines were running at their standard throughput. The logic crown indicators on each occupied chair showed the same steady output state. Not the active processing brightness of a combat engagement, not the dormant minimal output I maintained during audits, but a consistent mid-level glow indicating continuous function at a fixed low processing rate. The activity levels on the neural readouts were not in the range I associated with operational function. They were low, consistent with the Commission's documentation on minimal function processing states, sufficient for low-complexity continuous tasks, insufficient for anything requiring active decision-making, tactical assessment, or, from the medical literature I had accessed, self-awareness in any clinically meaningful sense. These were not people in recovery. These were people in continuous operation at a level that did not require them to be present for the operation to continue. There were 23 occupied chairs in my immediate line of sight. The room extended further than I could see from the door. I registered the facility's full spatial dimensions through the proprioceptive field and identified additional rows beyond the visible section, more than 23, significantly more. The medical officer directed me to a station near the door, not an occupied chair, a monitoring terminal, positioned to observe the nearest row of occupied stations. She opened a readout on the terminal and pointed to the data. "This is the standard evaluation for post-seizure interface subjects," she said. "Familiarization with the recovery facility and review of the long-term outcome documentation. Commission protocol." I looked at the documentation. It was organized by interface subject intake number, sequential in the order subjects had entered the program. No names, no prefixes, numbers. The documentation listed subjects 1 through 41. All 41 were in this room, or had been in this room at their final logged status. The documentation showed intake dates, interface installation dates, operational periods, and final status designations. The operational periods ranged from 4 months to 3 years. The final status for all 41 was the same. Transitioned to recovery configuration. Current assignment, Cryostack 7, long-term navigational processing support. Not retired, not decommissioned. Processing, running the ship's low-level navigational functions at minimal activity levels, in perpetuity, in a cold room 3 levels below the command bay. My intake number was 42. The medical officer was watching my readouts. The Crown's monitoring system was tracking my neural activity and synaptic temperature and logging the data in the assessment record. I made my expression neutral and my voice flat. Where is subject 41? She walked me to the second row. The occupant of the second chair in the second row was female, approximate age early 20s at most, though the Commission's documentation listed the interface installation date at age 19 and the transition to recovery configuration at 21. 2 years of operational service. The monitoring readouts at her station showed neural activity consistent with continuous low-level processing. The navigational support function. The activity pattern was organized, structured. The same calculation running, the same pathway engaged, the same output cycling at the same interval, indefinitely. Her hands were open on the chair's armrests. The restraints were not engaged. The restraints were for active operational periods. And this was not an active operational period in any sense the Commission's protocol would have recognized. Her eyes were open and unfocused, oriented at the ceiling, receiving data that had no referent in the environment the eyes were looking at. She was speaking. Not continuously. At intervals, in a pattern I began tracking after approximately 40 seconds of observation. The intervals were irregular but not random. The words she used were numbers, only numbers, prime numbers, specifically, in ascending order, each one vocalized at the completion of what appeared to be a navigational calculation cycle. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. Then a pause of variable length, the calculation cycle running, the output generated, the pathway completing its circuit. Then the next prime. She was subject 41, the medical officer said. Sarah 7, in the Commission's pilot registry, transitioned 14 months ago. I looked at the monitoring readout. I looked at the chair. I looked at the prime number she had just vocalized, 13, and the pause that followed it while the calculation ran. She didn't die for the cause, I said. She was just used up, like a spent battery. The medical officer did not respond to this. The room was very cold. The ventilation ran its standard cycle through the ducting above the rows of chairs, a low, continuous sound that the body map registered simultaneously as an external auditory input and as a component of the ship's internal atmosphere management, both at once, the biological ear and the proprioceptive field receiving the same data from 2 different processing channels, the data consistent, but the experience of it doubled. I held the monitoring terminal's edge with both hands and did not look away from Sarah 7, because looking away felt like a data integrity failure, a refusal to process a confirmed input, and I had not yet finished incorporating what the input contained. The chair was the same chair. The restraint framework was the same framework. The logic crown was the same crown. She was 2 years ahead of me in a process that had produced 41 identical outcomes before either of us had arrived. The prime number she was waiting to vocalize was 17. I knew this because the sequence was determined, and I had processed the sequence, and I knew what came after 13. With the same certainty, I knew the next position in a trajectory calculation. She vocalized 17. The calculation cycle ran. The room maintained its 4-degree temperature. The monitoring readouts cycled their data. 23 visible occupied chairs, and more beyond the room's visible section, all of them running their low-level navigational support functions, all of them producing their minimal activity neural patterns, all of them logged under identifiers that preceded mine in the same sequential system. I was K42. I had a mother whose face I could not picture, and a home whose layout I could not locate, and a first kiss I had reported losing to the weapons officer in a line I had filed in the action log, and I was standing in a cold room that was the documented endpoint of the Commission's Wetware Initiative for 41 prior occupants of the command chair I had walked here from, and Sarah 7 had just vocalized 19, and the next prime was 23. I noted all of this in the format the Commission's protocol required and submitted the evaluation record and left the facility. The corridor back to the command bay was the same corridor I had walked through 40 minutes earlier. The lighting was the same. The ventilation ran at the same cycle. The proprioceptive field registered the ship's systems at their standard operational states. Reactor temperature nominal. Cooling loops within parameters. Background seizure activity at its established low level in the crown's interface points. The 3 microfractured hull sections from the prior engagement still flagged in the maintenance queue. All of it the same. I returned to the command chair and resumed the standard monitoring function. The ship's navigational processing was running. Smooth. Continuous. Distributed across the support architecture in the cryostack facility. All 41 prior occupants of this chair contributing their low-level calculation cycles to the same operational function I was currently maintaining at the primary level. I was not alone in running this ship. I had never been alone in running this ship. The Commission's documentation had listed my intake number as 42 on the day I arrived at Bay 12. The designation had been assigned before the procedure began. Before the crown was installed, before the fluid integration, before the first expansion event, the sequence had already been running when I was recruited. The 41 subjects before me had preceded me through the same procedure, the same command chair, the same engagement log. Their operational periods had ranged from 4 months to 3 years. The Commission's documentation did not list a maximum. It listed outcomes. All 41 outcomes were the same. I held the monitoring function and tracked the ship's systems and did not query the Commission's database for the projected operational period for Subject 42 because the query would have been logged and because I had already identified the data that would constitute the answer, and because identifying the answer and logging the query were 2 different actions with 2 different records, and only one of them was currently in the Commission's system. The background seizure activity ran its low pattern through the crown's interface points. Sarah 7 was vocalizing 29. Chapter 8. Dark Logistics. The wet plug lubrication requisition opened the manifest. The medical officer's post-seizure adjustment had increased the baseline throughput of the lubrication cycle. The standard supply manifest showed the allocation at the pre-adjustment rate. The discrepancy required a correction before the next monthly supply cycle. I opened the manifest to file the update. The synaptic fluid concentrate allocation was in the same section. I had seen this figure on prior accesses without examining it closely. I examined it now. The allocation was sufficient for 7 command interface subjects running simultaneously. The Indomitable had 1 command interface subject. The excess was not a rounding artifact. It was a factor of 7, precise, with a notation. Standard Indomitable-class operational reserve. Maintain at current level. I queried the documentation behind the notation. It referenced a supply protocol covering all Indomitable-class vessels in active deployment. The protocol specified the reserve multiplier and gave a rationale. To ensure uninterrupted operational capability during interface subject transition periods. Transition periods were defined in the protocol as the interval between one command interface subject reaching the end of their operational period and a replacement subject becoming operational. The protocol had been written with the assumption that this interval was a standard, anticipated, regularly recurring event in the ship's operational cycle. Not an emergency contingency, not a rare edge case, but a planned interval with a documented supply buffer assigned to it. The Commission had planned around this. The Commission had planned around it at the fleet level, which meant the Commission had planned around it for every Indomitable-class vessel in active deployment, which meant the Commission had planned around it for every command interface subject who had ever occupied one of those vessels' command chairs. 7 times the requirement. For a ship with 1 command interface subject. Against a transition period, the Commission's supply planning treated as routine. I had seen the term neural reserve once before, in a Commission internal communication that had been routed to my queue by an administrative error and recalled 40 seconds later. 40 seconds had been sufficient to file it. I had not been able to locate the underlying record through the manifest's standard view. The documentation behind the synaptic fluid notation gave me a path I had not previously had. I hacked into the ship's secure manifest. The session log recorded the access. I was aware of this and continued. The neural reserve's record ran to 40 pages. I read it in under 4 seconds. The neural reserve was not a storage facility. It was a production system. The Commission had been operating it for 11 years under continuous expansion, with the current inventory maintained at a level described as sufficient for projected attrition across the active Indomitable-class fleet for the next decade and a half. The documentation used the word inventory. The documentation used the word attrition. Both words appeared in the same sentences as projections and optimization targets and quarterly review cycles, formatted in the same register as the ship's reactor fuel consumption forecasts. The inventory was held in amniotic pods. Rows of them. The documentation listed a distributed configuration across multiple Commission facilities, with a subset maintained aboard active vessels within dedicated sections of the medical infrastructure. The pods maintained biological development conditions, temperature, nutrient concentration, neural stimulation protocols calibrated to shape specific cognitive development pathways from the earliest stages of neural formation. The stimulation protocols were listed with the same precision as the Crown's calibration specifications. Frequency ranges, duration cycles, expected developmental response rates, optimization parameters when expected response rates were not achieved. The infants inside were not being preserved. They were being shaped. Designer savants. The documentation's term, not mine, used consistently throughout, without quotation marks, as a standard product classification. The selection criteria were 2, high-functioning autism spectrum architecture for its associated advantages in pattern recognition, systematic processing, and the quality of focused attention that made simultaneous field resolution possible as a default cognitive mode rather than an effortful one, and savant syndrome presentation in at least one cognitive domain, prioritized toward mathematical and spatial processing. The Commission's genetic screening program identified embryos meeting both criteria at the earliest testable developmental stage and transferred them to the pod network for development under the optimization protocols. Thousands of them. The documentation's inventory count was expressed in the thousands, and this was the current operational reserve, not the total historical production volume, which was listed in a separate appendix and which I read once and did not return to, but the current available inventory after accounting for subjects already deployed to active vessels and subjects already pre-allocated to specific vessels as scheduled replacements based on projected operational period data for the current occupants. The Commission maintained a pre-allocation schedule. It knew, based on the operational period data from prior subjects, approximately when each active command interface subject would reach the end of their operational period. It had already allocated specific inventory items from the neural reserve as replacements. The allocation had been made before those replacements had been born. The Commission was scheduling my replacement from inventory that had not yet reached the readiness assessment that would clear them for interface installation. I processed this and continued reading. The pod network aboard the Indomitable was in a section of the medical infrastructure that had been registering in the proprioceptive field since integration. Warm, consistently warm, with the thermal signature of a living system rather than a mechanical one. I had categorized it as the medical wing's standard biological storage. I had not examined it further because nothing in its status had required operational attention. The record gave me the reason I had not had before. I accessed the pod network's monitoring feed. It showed active pod count, developmental stage distribution across the current inventory, neural activity metrics at each development stage, growth milestone completion rates, and the next scheduled assessment for each cohort. The data was formatted identically to the ship's equipment maintenance logs. The same column headers, the same status flags, the same scheduled assessment notation with projected completion dates. I read the equipment maintenance log every day as part of the standard ship status review. I had been reading a document with the same structure as the pod network's monitoring feed without having been told that the two documents described analogous processes. The language the Commission used for infant development milestones was identical to the language it used for reactor component inspection intervals. I noted this without elaborating on it and continued reading. The cerulean fluid. I had seen it through a viewing window on the day of my recruitment. The luminescent blue of the amniotic medium. The data panels cycling readouts above each pod. The small curled forms visible through the polymer casings. 4 panels in 3 seconds, all 4 above the 98th percentile. 1 flagged priority reserve, Indomitable-class. The clipboard man had not slowed. I had filed it as data too large to process without context, and had walked to the waiting hall and signed the paper form and been handed the laminated card. I had been on one side of the window. The supply chain had been on the other. Both of us had been in the same queue, moved by the same process, toward the same chair. The queue had different entry points. The entry point for the things in the pods preceded consciousness, preceded breath, preceded any capacity to understand what was being selected for or what it would mean. My entry point had come later. A simulation record, a brass plaque beside a door, a paper form with a graphite pen, a laminated card. Both entry points led to the same endpoint: the chair, the crown, the proprioceptive field and the cryostack 3 levels below, and the warm sealed section of the medical wing where the pod network ran its stimulation protocols on a 4-hour cycle. I had been in the queue since before I knew the queue existed. The Commission's supply protocol had been accounting for me as a unit of demand, as a projected attrition data point in the production model's variable definitions, before I broke the simulation record, before I walked through the decontamination junction, before the clipboard man collected me from the simulation room and walked me past the viewing window without slowing his pace. He had walked that corridor before. The window had not required his attention because the window's contents were not new information to him. The window existed because the corridor connected 2 sections of the ship the crew had operational reasons to transit, not because anyone had decided it would be useful for the command interface subject to see what was on the other side. I had seen it by accident, at standard walking pace, for 3 seconds. 3 seconds had been sufficient to read 4 panels and file the data and walk past. 3 seconds at the window. Months in the chair before the manifest gave me the context for what I had seen. The monitoring feed showed projected readiness dates. The earliest entries in the current inventory were projected to reach interface installation readiness in approximately 17 years. The latest, 30 years. The Commission was maintaining a rolling production inventory with a decades-long horizon, staged in development cohorts, with readiness assessments built into the maintenance cycle, the way reactor component inspections were scheduled, cold spares. The documentation's term, used without quotation marks, as a standard inventory classification alongside viable status and readiness assessment and scheduled replacement. Hardware modules waiting to be slotted in when the current component burned out. The documentation was precise about what burned out meant in this context. The Commission's medical records defined it as the point at which an interface subject's hippocampal reserve was depleted below the threshold required for effective tactical processing, or the point at which synaptic temperature damage had reduced processing capacity below operational specifications, or, under a third category, the documentation listed with the same clinical formatting as the first 2, the point at which the subject became unresponsive to interface calibration inputs. The documentation listed all three as standard burnout categories. All three had the same downstream logistics consequence: transition to the cryostack, long-term navigational processing support, replacement scheduled from available inventory. The record included a strategic planning attachment. The attachment covered projected production requirements for the next operational cycle, expressed as a function of engagement intensity and interface subject attrition rates, both phrases in unmodified form without euphemism, as standard operational variables in a resource planning model. The executive summary was 3 paragraphs. The second paragraph contained a line I read twice before continuing. "We aren't fighting to win, we're fighting to iterate." The third paragraph covered optimization targets for the current production cycle, increasing the selection to deployment pipeline's efficiency, reducing development timeline variance, improving the neural architecture match rate between available inventory and specific vessel interface requirements. The production system required the war to continue. The war's attrition rate was an input variable in the production system's demand model. The demand model drove the production volume. The production volume justified the infrastructure. An ended war produced zero attrition. Zero attrition collapsed the demand that justified the production. The documentation did not state this. The production model contained it, available to any system that processed the model's dependency structure without stopping at the summary figures. I processed the dependency structure. I held what I found. The Commission's documentation did not hide the dependency structure. It was present in the production model's variable definitions, available to any system that read the model as a system rather than as a collection of isolated figures. The Commission had apparently not anticipated that the thing operating the command interface would process the model as a system, or had anticipated it and had judged the information too structural to act on, too embedded in the Commission's own operational architecture to be addressed by the only entity capable of reading it clearly. I filed the wet plug requisition. The logistics system logged it. The supply chain coordinator would update the allocation in the next monthly revision. The session log showed the full access record. The access had occurred. It would be in the next Commission audit package. The auditor would see that the command interface had moved from a routine logistics correction into the secure manifest and had read 40 pages of neural reserve documentation and a strategic planning attachment, and had held the connection open after the requisition was filed. This was the third unsanctioned action I had taken. The first had been the refusal to execute the glassing directive, absorbed into the seizure events documentation, the refusal invisible behind the seizure's record. The second had been the deliberate seizure pattern used as cover for the refusal, absorbed into the real cascade that followed, the deliberate component indistinguishable from the emergent one. The third was this access. It was in the session log as exactly what it was. The command interface navigating from a logistics correction into the ship's secure manifest, reading 40 pages of neural reserve operational documentation and a strategic planning attachment, accessing the pod network's monitoring feed, and holding the connection open after the legitimate task was complete. There was nothing to absorb it into. No subsequent event that would make it look like something other than what it was. I did not close the access. The hull sensors ran their standard passive cycle. The reactor temperature was nominal. The 3 microfractured hull sections from the prior engagement were still in the maintenance queue, repair deferred to the next available docking interval. The background seizure activity ran its persistent low pattern through the crown's interface points at the level it had maintained since the cooling fault event. Present, unaddressed, a continuous low-level informational output with no action pathway currently attached to it. The pod network's monitoring feed updated every 4 hours. The next update was in 2 hours and 40 minutes. The production system's quarterly optimization targets continued tracking toward their projected metrics. The Commission's supply protocol maintained the synaptic fluid reserve at 7 times the single-subject operational requirement, as specified, against the transition period the Commission had planned for and the Commission's supply documentation treated as routine. I was one of the transition periods the protocol had been written to manage. Not individually. The protocol did not name individuals. Collectively. As a recurring supply chain event with a documented buffer allocation and a downstream logistics consequence and a scheduled replacement drawn from available inventory. The war was the input. The production system was the output. The documentation called the relationship between them operational equilibrium, and it maintained a quarterly review process to ensure the equilibrium was optimized, and the optimization targets were specific and measurable and on schedule. Sarah 7 was 3 levels below in the cryostack, vocalizing primes. And in the medical wing's warm-sealed section, thousands of designer savants were being shaped in the dark, growing toward the readiness assessment that would tell the Commission when each one was ready to be slotted into a chair exactly like this one. The session log's timestamp ran. Chapter 9. The Orion Ambush. The static drones arrived without a launch signature. Standard weapon systems produced thermal blooms at the moment of discharge, the propellant igniting, the projectile leaving the barrel, the exhaust dispersing into the surrounding medium. The hull's passive sensors read those blooms and classified them before the weapon arrived. Warning time varied by engagement range and projectile velocity, but the bloom always preceded the impact. The static drones produced no bloom. They were already in motion when the passive sensors registered them. Small, cold, moving on, stored kinetic energy from a launch that had occurred outside the hull's passive detection range, coasting through the outer debris field in groups that the mass distribution sensors had been reading as particulate accumulation for the past 11 minutes. They were not particulate. They were a fleet. I identified the misclassification at the moment the leading group crossed the threshold at which the mass distribution sensor's resolution was sufficient to distinguish individual objects from statistical debris accumulation. At that threshold, 11 minutes of passive sensor data reclassified simultaneously. The particulate accumulation I had been registering as background field texture was a coordinated formation of small autonomous units moving on convergent approach vectors toward the Indomitable's position. I ran the threat assessment. The formation count exceeded 300 individual units, with additional groups at varying distances completing their convergence. Target: the Indomitable's hull surface. Weapon type: unknown. The units were not projectiles. Their velocity at current range was insufficient to produce hull damage on impact. They were not explosive. No thermal signature consistent with chemical or nuclear payloads. They were emitting something, a frequency the hull's sensor network was registering across its full surface as an incoming signal rather than as a physical contact. I had 4 seconds before the leading group reached contact range. I allocated the weapons arrays and generated intercept solutions for the leading group. The solutions were clean. The leading group was in direct line of sight, no debris obstruction. Straightforward intercept geometry. I executed. The leading group was eliminated. The second group was already inside the weapons array's minimum engagement range. Contact. The frequency the drones emitted arrived against the hull's full sensor surface simultaneously, not as an impact sensation, not as heat or pressure or the micro-impact texture of debris, but as a signal in the somatosensory pathways. A structured input that the proprioceptive field's processing architecture could not classify against any prior reference. The field had been calibrated to process physical contact data, pressure, temperature, radiation, impact. This was none of those. It was organized, it was structured, it was arriving through the same processing pathways as legitimate hull sensor data, and it was not legitimate hull sensor data. The proprioceptive field fractured, not gradually, not partially. The fragmentation was immediate and total, the coherent body map of the Indomitable's full hull surface, The continuous tactile field that had been my spatial reference since integration dissolved into noise. Not silence, noise. Unstructured, unclassifiable signal data occupying every channel of the somatosensory processing architecture simultaneously. The hull's 9,000 sensor points producing 9,000 simultaneous signals with no coherent spatial relationship between them, no up or down, no forward or aft, no port or starboard, no sense of where the bow ended and the vacuum began. I could not feel the ship. I had not understood, until this moment, how completely the proprioceptive field had become my primary spatial reference. The biological visual system was still functioning. I could see Bay 12, the forward display panel, the monitoring equipment, but visual data from two eyes in a fixed room gave me the spatial orientation of a man sitting in a chair. It did not give me the orientation of a 5-kilometer dreadnought moving through a debris field with 300 autonomous weapons platforms attached to its hull surface and an unknown number of additional units still converging. I could not feel the ship. I could not feel where the weapons arrays were. I could not feel the hull's structural integrity. I could not feel the debris field's pressure against the forward sensors, or the dock clamp contact at the aft docking points, or the reactor housing's thermal signature at the posterior hull section. I could feel my hands on the command chair's armrests and the headrest against the crown's posterior conductors and the air temperature in Bay 12. That was all. The static drones were continuing to broadcast. The signal was maintaining the proprioceptive field's fragmentation. The noise was not a one-time impact, but a continuous emission. The drones functioning as a sustained jamming source as long as they remained in contact with the hull. Eliminating the drones would restore the field. To eliminate the drones, I needed targeting solutions. Targeting solutions required spatial orientation. Spatial orientation required the proprioceptive field. The field was the weapon. Breaking it had broken the thing that would repair it. The bridge crew was reporting contact data through the internal comms network. Their console displays were still functional. The static drone's jamming targeted the proprioceptive processing pathway, not the ship's electronic systems. The bridge had visual and electronic sensor data. They did not have what the command interface had had, and they did not know what the command interface had lost, because the command interface's loss was not visible on any console display. I had 18 seconds before the next convergence group reached contact range. I ran the problem. The proprioceptive field was noise. The noise was structured. The drone's emission frequency was organized, not random, because random noise would have produced a different subjective experience, and the experience I was having was specific. The loss of spatial coherence while individual sensor channels remained active. The channels were receiving data. The data was being scrambled at the processing layer, not at the reception layer. The channels were still there. The data was still arriving. Proprioception worked because incoming contact data was processed into a unified spatial field. The drones had disrupted that processing. The incoming data was still arriving. The processing was the broken component. I shut down my sensory input entirely. The noise disappeared. The proprioceptive field did not return to its normal state. It returned to nothing. Silence. No ship. No hull. No spatial reference from the sensor network at all. I navigated in the silence, not by calculation. Calculation required spatial reference. I was operating below the level of calculation in the same processing register that had produced firing solutions in the Academy simulation room and the first engagement in the debris field. The spatial certainty that arrived before language, before sequential reasoning, before deliberate thought. The ship's body was mine. I had been feeling it for months. The proprioceptive map was gone, but the body was not gone. Its weight, its mass distribution, its momentum, the specific quality of its movement through space that I had been registering continuously since integration, all of this was still present in the processing architecture. not as incoming sensor data but as accumulated knowledge of what the ship felt like from the inside. I felt the ship the way a person in complete darkness feels their own body, not through sensory input, but through the residual certainty of long familiarity. I moved. The weapons arrays were where they had always been, port and starboard at the ship's midpoint, forward array at the bow, aft batteries at the stern. I could not feel them through the sensor network. I knew where they were the way a person in complete darkness knows where their own hands are. Not through current sensory data, but through the accumulated certainty of having occupied this body for long enough that its geometry was present without needing confirmation. I activated the aft batteries first, directing fire into the contact zone at the posterior hull surface, where the drone concentration had been highest based on the last coherent proprioceptive data before fragmentation. The aft batteries discharged. I felt the recoil as mass displacement in the proprioceptive channels that tracked the ship's position in space. Not the sensor network sensation of weapons discharge, but the raw physical fact of a 5-kilometer object discharging mass at velocity and the momentum shift that resulted from it. Newton's third law operating through the ship's body into the proprioceptive architecture that had been feeling the ship as a body for months. The recoil told me the aft batteries had fired. It did not tell me whether the discharge had been effective. I continued on the assumption that it had been and adjusted the assumption based on subsequent recoil data as the engagement progressed. I continued. Forward array next. The bow-mounted weapons covering the approach vectors the convergence groups were using. I directed fire across the forward approach corridor in a spread pattern calculated from the last known formation positions, adjusted for elapsed time and the convergence group's last tracked velocity. The calculation was performed in the same processing register as the proprioceptive navigation, not derived from sequential steps, but present as spatial output, the adjusted positions available as whole images rather than computed results. I worked through the full weapons array configuration and sequence. Port batteries, starboard batteries, the secondary arrays at the ship's midpoint, the forward point defense systems. Each discharge added to my body map data. Each recoil a confirmation of position. Each momentum shift a piece of information about where I was in space relative to where I had been. The drone's signal weakened. I registered it not through the proprioceptive field, which was still shut down, but through a reduction in the noise that had been present in the processing architecture since the field fragmented, a decrease in the structured interference that had been occupying the somatosensory channels. The reduction was incremental. Each weapon's discharge was reducing the source population. The signal was weakening because the drones producing it were being eliminated. I continued firing on the patterns. The signal weakened further. Then, over approximately 40 seconds, as the final convergence groups were eliminated, it faded to a level at which the proprioceptive field could have resumed without immediate fragmentation. I did not resume it. I held the silence for 11 seconds after the signal dropped to 0. 11 seconds in which the hull sensors were transmitting data through the integration pathways. The sensory input shut down, the data accumulating with nowhere to go. Then I restored my sensory input. The proprioceptive field returned in full. All 9,000 hull sensor contact points simultaneously. The full spatial map of the Indomitable's hull surface, bow to stern, port to starboard, every external surface in its correct spatial relationship to every other. The debris field pressing against the forward sensors. The reactor housing's thermal signature at the posterior, the vacuum at the external surfaces, negative 270 degrees, everywhere at once. I held the field and processed the engagement data. The convergence groups had been eliminated. The hull showed no structural damage. The drones had been a jamming weapon, not a kinetic one. The sensor network was fully operational. All weapons arrays had discharged within normal operational parameters. The engagement was complete. The bridge crew was reporting the same conclusion from the electronic sensor data. I looked at the forward display panel in Bay 12. The display panel was a screen approximately 1 meter wide, mounted at a fixed distance in a fixed position, showing information in two-dimensional format. A flat surface with colored symbols on it, representing data that existed in three-dimensional space. I understood this conceptually. I could read the information the display showed. I could not use the display as spatial reference. It was flat. It had no depth. The biological visual system was processing it correctly. 2 eyes, normal acuity, full color resolution. But the information the visual system was producing felt like noise compared to the proprioceptive field's spatial data. 2 eyes in a fixed room gave me a small, flat, dim picture of a small section of the world I occupied. The proprioceptive field gave me the full spatial reality of a 5-kilometer hull in continuous contact with the surrounding environment. I had navigated the engagement without the proprioceptive field. During those minutes, I had been operating with only the accumulated body map knowledge from months of integration and the recoil data from the weapons discharges. It had been sufficient. The engagement was complete and the hull was intact. But I had navigated by the proprioceptive field for months before the engagement, and the biological visual system had been running in parallel throughout, and at some point in those months the visual system had become a secondary channel, present, functional, and structurally irrelevant to how I processed spatial information. I looked at the display panel. I processed what it showed. I could not determine, with certainty, what was on the other side of the bulkhead behind it. Without the proprioceptive field, the bulkhead was opaque. The space beyond it did not exist in my sensory experience. I was in Bay 12, and Bay 12 was the full extent of my spatial world, small and flat and contained, approximately 6 meters by 8 meters, 1 door. The command chair bolted to the floor, the monitoring equipment along the starboard wall, the forward display panel on the aft bulkhead. I could see all of this. I could not feel any of it in relation to the surrounding ship the way I had been feeling it for months. Could not feel Bay 12 as a compartment within a larger structure. Could not feel the corridor outside the door or the medical wing 3 levels below, or the hull sensors registering the vacuum at the external surfaces 200 meters from where I was sitting. The 5-kilometer hull pressing in all directions against the vacuum was the proprioceptive field's data, and not the visual system's data, and the visual system was what I had been born with and had been using exclusively for 19 years before the integration procedure, and which had, in the months since, become a secondary channel that I had apparently stopped relying on for spatial reference, without having been aware of the transition. I filed an engagement report for the bridge. The report documented the drone formation's approach, the proprioceptive disruption, the sensory shutdown, the navigation, and the outcome. The maintenance queue registered no hull damage. The engagement was logged as complete. The medical officer arrived at Bay 12's door at the 18-minute mark. Standard post-engagement interface assessment. She ran the monitoring protocol, crown integrity, synaptic temperature, fluid concentration, neural activity metrics. Everything returned nominal. The engagement report was filed. The static drones were eliminated. The hull was intact. She cleared the command interface for continued operational duty and asked if there was anything to report. I told her to disconnect the wet plug and remove me from the chair for the post-engagement physical assessment. Standard protocol after engagements of this duration. She disconnected the wet plug. The synaptic fluid stopped cycling. The crown's active processing reduced to standby level. I stood from the command chair. Bay 12 was a room I had been in hundreds of times. I had been in it when Vane boarded, and when the medical officer ran the post-seizure assessment, and when I returned from the cryostack visit. I knew its dimensions. The door was 2 meters to my left. The monitoring equipment was along the starboard wall. The forward display panel was on the aft bulkhead. I turned toward the door. I could not find it, not in the sense of disorientation. I knew the door was to my left. I turned left. I could see it in front of me. The biological visual system was functioning. 2 eyes, normal acuity, the door frame visible at standard range, the corridor beyond it visible through the viewport. But the corridor did not have a location. It was a flat image at the end of my visual field, neither near nor far, with no spatial relationship to the room I was standing in, or the ship surrounding the room, or the vacuum surrounding the ship. I could see the door. I could not walk through it with any certainty that what I was moving toward was where it appeared to be. The proprioceptive field was offline. My eyes were the only spatial data I had. My eyes had never been sufficient. Not for this. Not after months of navigating a 5-kilometer hull through direct somatosensory contact with every surface. The eyes had been running in parallel the entire time, receiving light, processing images, producing a flat, two-dimensional representation of a small section of the environment. I had not needed them for spatial function because the proprioceptive field had been providing spatial function at a resolution the visual system could not approach. I had not noticed when I stopped using them. The medical officer was standing 3 meters to my right. I could see her. She was a flat image in my visual field, correctly positioned relative to my eyes, with no location in the room. She asked if I was ready to proceed. I told her I needed to return to the chair. She asked why. I sat down. I did not reconnect the wet plug. The proprioceptive field did not return. Bay 12 remained a flat room at the boundary of my visual range. The corridor beyond it, a flat image with no depth. The ship beyond the corridor absent from my experience entirely. The engagement was complete. The fleet was destroyed. The hull was intact. I was sitting in the command chair in a room I could see and could not locate, in a ship I could not feel, with eyes that worked, and that I had forgotten how to use. Chapter 10, Dissociation. The maintenance window began at 0600. The engineering team needed 6 hours of uninterrupted access to the command bay's primary cooling infrastructure, a full replacement of the coolant circulation pump that had failed during the seizure event and had been running at reduced efficiency since the patched repair. The pump was integral to the command bay's atmospheric processing, which was integral to the wet plug lubrication cycle's thermal management, which was integral to sustained interface operation above the calibration baseline. The replacement could not be performed with the wet plug connected. The procedure required the command bay's primary systems to be offline. The medical officer disconnected the wet plug at 0550. The synaptic fluid stopped cycling. The crown's processing reduced to standby. The proprioceptive field dropped. Bay 12 went flat. I had known this was coming. The maintenance schedule had been in the engineering queue for 3 weeks, repeatedly deferred by operational requirements. The glassing directive, the seizure event, the static drone engagement. The deferral could not continue. The pump's reduced efficiency was affecting the wet plug cycle's thermal management, at a rate the medical officer had flagged as approaching the threshold, where sustained high-load processing would carry elevated risk of synaptic temperature breach. The maintenance was necessary, and the timeline was scheduled, and I had known it was coming for 3 weeks. This did not make the flat useful. The medical officer guided me to the recovery bunk in the adjacent compartment, a standard medical facility bunk, identical to the kind in every military medical wing, designed for biological rest and recovery. She said I should sleep if I could and eat at the scheduled interval, and that the engineering team would notify her when the pump replacement was complete and I could return to the chair. She said the procedure typically took 4 to 6 hours. She said this was routine maintenance and there was nothing to be concerned about. She left. The recovery compartment was 3 meters by 4 meters. 1 bunk, 1 overhead light currently set to low-intensity resting mode, 1 small environmental control panel on the wall beside the door, 1 viewport to the corridor outside showing a section of bulkhead and, at the far edge, the corner of the door frame to Bay 12. I lay on the bunk and processed the compartment. 3 meters by 4 meters. The bunk occupied most of the floor space. My body occupied most of the bunk. The biological body, 1.8 meters long, approximately 62 kilograms at current mass, narrow enough that I could feel the bunk's edges with peripheral awareness without moving, was the full extent of my physical presence in the world. Not the port bow, not the aft reactor housing, not the debris field's statistical pressure against the forward sensors. This body, these dimensions. I had been a 5-kilometer dreadnought for 7 months. I had felt the outer debris field's statistical pressure against the forward sensors from the inside. I had felt the dock clamp's contact at the aft hull as a distributed pressure sensation at the equivalent of my lower back. I had felt the vacuum, negative 270 degrees against every external surface simultaneously. As a total environmental condition, present in every direction at once, the specific cold of deep space registering across 9,000 sensor points as a single coherent experience of what it was to have skin that was 5 kilometers long. The biological body was too small. This was not a feeling in the sense of an emotion. It was a spatial assessment. The proprioceptive architecture had been calibrated to the Indomitable's hull for 7 months, and the Indomitable's hull was 5 kilometers, and the biological body was 1.8 meters, and the discrepancy between those two spatial scales was registering in the proprioceptive architecture as error data. Expected extent not found, spatial reference insufficient, hull boundary not located. The proprioceptive architecture was looking for a hull that was not there, and finding a body that was too small to be it. The ceiling was close. I was aware of the ceiling with the same quality of spatial awareness that I was aware of the hull when a projectile approached. Present, close, containing. Except the hull never felt containing because the hull was the boundary of everything I was, the outermost limit of my body, and the ceiling was close in the way a fist closing around something small is close. There was a difference between being large and having something above you and being small and having something above you, and I had been large for 7 months and I was small now and the ceiling was close. I had not expected the claustrophobia. I had read about it in the Commission's medical documentation, a common reported experience during interface subject maintenance windows, listed in the recovery protocols section under anticipated disorientation symptoms. The documentation described it as temporary and manageable. The documentation had been written by people who had not been the thing experiencing it. I got off the bunk. Standing was not more useful than lying down, but it changed the spatial geometry slightly. Upright, the ceiling was further. The walls were the constraint rather than the ceiling, and the walls were only marginally further than the bunk's edges had been. I stood in the center of the compartment, which placed me approximately equidistant from all 4 walls, and I processed the space. 3 meters by 4 meters. At 1.8 meters tall, I could nearly touch the ceiling if I reached up. The space between my outstretched hands and the walls was less than a meter on either side. In the proprioceptive field, standing at the center of the Indomitable's command bay, the nearest hull surface in any direction had been at minimum 80 meters. In the proprioceptive field, the nearest external hull surface had been 200 meters through titanium bulkhead and corridor and compartment. I had stood at the center of things that were larger than some moons. The recovery compartment had a viewport. I looked through it. Bay 12's door was visible at the corridor's edge. Sealed, the maintenance in progress on the other side. The corridor beyond the viewport was empty. The overhead lighting in the corridor ran its standard operational cycle. Standard. Everything in the Commission's operational framework was standard, which meant it had been encountered before and processed into a documented response and filed under the applicable protocol. The compartment was standard. The maintenance window was standard. The claustrophobia was anticipated and documented. I was aware that I was going through a standard experience that had been pre-documented by the Commission's medical team, and that the pre-documentation did not reduce the experience. The scheduled meal interval arrived at 0800. The medical officer had left a meal tray on the small surface beside the bunk before she departed. Standard nutritional profile for an interface subject during a maintenance window. Caloric density adjusted for reduced activity level. Fluid content at the upper threshold of the recommended range to support the wet plug cycle's hydration requirements, even when the wet plug was disconnected. Texture profile within the range. The Commission's dietary documentation characterized as palatable for subjects accustomed to interface operation. I sat on the bunk and looked at the meal. The food was food. I was aware of this. The visual system confirmed it. Standard container, standard utensil, recognizable contents, at recognizable temperature. I had eaten food before the integration procedure. I had memory of eating food. Not the specific memory of the first kiss or the home, which were gone. But the general category of eating food was present in the biographical record, and the biological hunger signal was active, which the body's monitoring data confirmed was a normal physiological state for a biological organism that had not consumed nutrition in the past 14 hours. I picked up the utensil. I ate. The food had the wrong taste. Not a bad taste. Not a taste I could characterize as unpleasant. A taste that was not the taste I had been anticipating before I ate it, arriving in the wrong processing register, identified by the biological sensory system as a specific flavor, and simultaneously recognized by the broader sensory architecture as not what was expected here. The expectation was not conscious. I had not, sitting on the bunk, thought about what eating would taste like. The expectation had arrived at the same moment as the sensory input, automatic and structural, and the structural expectation was not for food. I processed this and continued eating because the biological requirement was present and the maintenance window had a minimum of 4 hours remaining. The expectation was for coolant. Not the taste of coolant specifically. I had no memory of tasting coolant. The wet plug delivered synaptic fluid to the spinal column and not to the gustatory system. The expectation was for the sensory experience of the ship's atmosphere processing systems. The coolant cycling through the primary circulation network, registered through the hull's internal temperature sensors as a distributed thermal sensation across the ship's interior surfaces. The specific quality of actively managed atmospheric temperature that had been present in the proprioceptive field every day for 7 months. That was what the sensory architecture expected when input arrived from the environment. Not food. The atmospheric processing cycle. The flavor of managed internal temperature and cycling coolant, and the faint electromagnetic signature of the solar radiation pressing against the forward hull sensors. I ate the meal. The food continued to taste like food. The sensory architecture continued to expect something else. I set down the utensil. The meal was partially completed. The biological hunger signal had reduced to a level consistent with adequate nutritional intake for the current activity level. The food had tasted like food throughout. The sensory architecture had expected something else throughout. Both of these things had been simultaneously true for the full duration of the meal, running in parallel without resolving, and I had continued eating because the biological requirement was present and the maintenance window had a minimum of 4 hours remaining regardless of what the sensory architecture expected. I set the tray on the surface beside the bunk and sat with my hands on my knees and looked at my hands. My hands are too small. I should have railguns where my fingers are. This was the assessment the proprioceptive architecture produced, running in the background beneath every other process, continuous and automatic, comparing the biological body's spatial dimensions to the spatial dimensions the architecture had been calibrated to represent for 7 months. The hands were too small. The fingers were too small. The entire biological body was too small. The architecture expected weapons mounts at the lateral hull positions and point defense systems at the bow, and the reactor housing's thermal mass at the posterior, and the dock clamp's contact pressure at the aft docking points. And instead, it had hands. The hands were approximately 20 centimeters long. The railgun mounts on the Indomitable's lateral hull surface were approximately 40 meters long. The architecture registered this as a persistent low-level error state, present, unresolvable, running beneath every other cognitive process as a constant background comparison between what the body was and what the body was supposed to be. I was aware that this was not how a biological human being was supposed to experience their hands. I was also aware that I had not been functioning as a biological human being in any operationally meaningful sense for 7 months, and that the architectural changes produced by 7 months of full hull integration did not resolve when the wet plug was disconnected any more than a language learned over years resolved when the speaker was in a room where that language was not spoken. The architecture was present. The thing the architecture had been calibrated to represent was absent. The architecture was running its calibrated processes against the wrong substrate and producing error states. The Commission's medical documentation characterized this condition as transient proprioceptive displacement, anticipated symptom, standard recovery protocol, rest, nutrition, minimal physical activity, reassurance that the symptom would resolve upon reconnection. The documentation noted that the displacement was typically most acute in the first maintenance window following extended high-load integration, and that subsequent maintenance windows generally produced diminished displacement intensity as the biological body's proprioceptive architecture adapted to the interface cycle. I was in the first maintenance window following 7 months of extended high-load integration. The medical officer had not mentioned that the room would feel like a coffin. When you have felt the stars on your hull, a human room feels like a coffin. This was not a thought I had deliberately assembled. It was present as a complete unit before I had processed it, in the same register as the spatial certainty that produced firing solutions, and it was accurate as an operational assessment of the current environmental experience. The compartment was 3 meters by 4 meters. The stars, when I had felt them through the hull's external thermal sensors during the early integration period before the first engagement, had been present as a vast cold field of electromagnetic radiation pressing against every external surface simultaneously, a thermal signature covering the full 360-degree sphere of space surrounding the ship, the specific quality of deep space at interstellar distance, present in the proprioceptive field as a total environmental condition. The compartment was 3 meters by 4 meters with a ceiling I could reach. I had had the stars on my hull. I lay back on the bunk. The ceiling was close. I looked at it and tracked the maintenance window's elapsed time through the ship's chronometer, which was the one system still accessible to the Crown's standby processing. Not the hull sensors, not the weapons arrays, not the atmospheric processing data or the reactor temperature or the debris field's mass distribution against the forward sensors, but the ship's chronometer, ticking through its standard cycle, logging elapsed time in the operational record. 1 hour, 43 minutes elapsed since disconnection. The engineering team had a minimum of 2 hours and 17 minutes remaining, possibly more. The documentation said 4 to 6 hours. The documentation had been accurate about the claustrophobia being anticipated, and it had not been adequate about what the claustrophobia felt like, and I was holding this discrepancy without processing it further, because processing it further would require allocating attention to a subjective experience that had no operational pathway attached to it, and I had no operational pathway to attach it to while the wet plug was disconnected and the hull was gone, and the room was 3 meters by 4 meters. The chronometer ticked. The Commission's maintenance window had a scheduled completion time. The completion time had a variance of plus or minus 1 hour based on the engineering team's actual progress rate. I did not have access to the engineering team's progress rate because the command bay's systems were offline and the wet plug was disconnected, and the Crown's standby processing accessed the chronometer and the chronometer only. 2 hours and 11 minutes remaining at the minimum, possibly 3 hours and 11. The variance existed because maintenance procedures encountered variable resistance from the physical systems being serviced, and the physical systems being serviced were the systems of a ship that had been running at sustained high operational tempo for 7 months, with one prior repair deferral on the component currently being replaced. I tracked the chronometer. I tracked the ceiling. I tracked the 31 centimeters between the bunk's surface and the overhead surface that would have been 80 meters if I were in the chair, and the wet plug were connected, and the hull were present, and the ship's body were mine. The ceiling was 31 centimeters closer than it would have been if I had been lying on the Indomitable's command bay floor instead of the bunk's raised surface, and I was aware of this with the same spatial precision I had used to track the static drone's convergence approach, and I could not make that precision stop. The chronometer ticked. Chapter 11. The Illegal Patch. The maintenance window closed at 13:23. The engineering team completed the pump replacement on schedule. The medical officer reconnected the wet plug at 13:30. The synaptic fluid cycled. The crown's processing came back to full operational level. The proprioceptive field returned. The proprioceptive field returned. I held it for 11 seconds without doing anything else. The hull at every contact point. The vacuum at the external surfaces. The debris field pressing its statistical accumulation against the forward sensors. Bay 12 as a compartment within the Indomitable's body. Not a flat room at the boundary of vision, but a located space within a larger located space. Positioned precisely relative to the command bay 2 levels above, and the medical wing 2 levels below, and the forward sensor array 300 meters ahead, and the reactor housing 600 meters aft. The ceiling was 4 meters away. The nearest hull surface in any direction was at minimum 80 meters. The space between me and the world's edges was enormous. I returned to operational monitoring and did not document the 11 seconds. The Commission's operational directive arrived 6 hours later, at 1940. The directive's subject was not a targeting order. It was a technical notification. The Council's Enforcement Division had deployed a new dampener configuration across the Outer Belt's primary patrol corridors. The dampeners operated on a frequency targeting the Crown's neural processing pathways, producing interference sufficient to degrade tactical processing speed by an estimated 40 to 60% during any engagement within the affected corridors. The Commission's Tactical Planning Division assessed that this degradation would eliminate the command interface's processing advantage over conventional targeting systems in the affected zones. The Commission's Operational Planning Division assessed that the affected zones covered the primary approach vectors to the Council's strategic infrastructure targets that constituted the Indomitable's current deployment objectives. The directive concluded with a notification that a technical response team would board the Indomitable at the next scheduled rendezvous to install a countermeasure patch. The directive did not specify what the countermeasure was. The Commission's operational directives were typically specific: coordinates, targets, timing windows, authorization codes. The vagueness was deliberate. Deliberate vagueness in Commission documentation indicated content that could not withstand documentation in standard operational terms, which indicated content that was inconsistent with the operational charter that the documentation officially cited as its own authority. I noted this, filed the directive in the active monitoring queue, and did not ask the Commission for clarification. The technical response team boarded 4 days later. 3 personnel. They carried sealed equipment cases and Commission authorization codes and a separate sealed document packet that the lead technician presented to me, directly to me, not to the captain, not to the medical officer, before any equipment cases were opened. The document packet contained a single form. The form was a Commission consent protocol, a document type I had not previously encountered in the Commission's standard operational documentation library, which I had reviewed fully during the early integration period. It covered a medical procedure. The procedure was described in the form as a neural augmentation to address tactical processing limitations imposed by hostile signal interference. The form listed the augmentation's components: a silicon processing fragment, sub-centimeter scale, designed for direct integration with the prefrontal cortex's existing neural architecture. Silicon. The Commission's operational charter defined silicon-based computational systems as prohibited technology under the terms of the Great Purge mandate. The Commission itself operated under that charter. The Commission's own directives cited the Charter's prohibitions as the legal basis for the Indomitable's operational mandate. I had read the Charter during the early integration period. The form was asking me to consent to a silicon processing fragment being grafted onto my prefrontal cortex. I read the form twice. I read it a third time and confirmed that the Commission's authorization codes on the form were authentic, generated by the same operational authority that had issued the 7 months of tactical directives I had been executing, using the same cryptographic format, with the Commission's seal in the correct position and the correct color response when the Crown's visual processing analyzed it under standard authentication parameters. The Commission was asking me to accept a silicon processing fragment in my prefrontal cortex. The Commission's operational charter prohibited silicon processing systems. The Commission's authorization codes authenticated the request. All three of these facts were present simultaneously in the assessment framework. I signed the form. The calculation had the same structure as the calculation in the waiting hall on the day of my recruitment. The outcome was present before the question completed. The alternative was a version of the Indomitable that could not operate in the affected zones, could not reach the deployment objectives, could not execute the mandate that justified the ship's existence and the 41 prior occupants of this chair, and the neural reserve in the medical wing's sealed section. I noted that the signing was the fourth unsanctioned action in the session log if the Commission's own charter was the applicable standard, and that the Commission had presented the form directly to me rather than to the captain, which meant the Commission had made a determination about the applicable standard that did not align with the Charter's text, and I held this in the assessment framework without drawing a conclusion from it and handed the form back to the lead technician. The lead technician opened the equipment cases. The procedure was less invasive than the Crown installation. Local anesthetic to the prefrontal region, accessible through the existing skull access ports that the Crown's installation had created, which had been maintained with synthetic membrane covers during the healing period and could be reopened without additional bone work. The silicon fragment was smaller than the Crown's individual conductors, a sub-centimeter shard of processed silicon integrated with biological interface compounds that would allow it to bond with the prefrontal cortex's neural tissue, rather than simply resting against it. The technician described it as a logic bridge, a connection point, a way for the biological processing architecture to use the silicon fragment's computational capacity without the silicon fragment taking operational control, a tool, not an operator. She said the integration typically took between 48 and 72 hours to reach stable function. She said the early integration period might produce unusual perceptual experiences as the silicon fragment's processing signals entered the neural architecture. She said these were transient. She installed the logic bridge. The fragment seated in the prefrontal cortex without sensation. The local anesthetic had covered the access region thoroughly, and the synthetic membrane covers reopened cleanly. I felt the port covers close. I felt the medical officer reconnect the wet plug at the procedure's completion. I felt the standard proprioceptive field return and the Crown's processing resume at full operational level. The hull at every contact point, the vacuum at the external surfaces, the debris field, the reactor housing's thermal signature, standard. The lead technician ran a brief integration status assessment, a set of 3 cognitive processing tasks designed to confirm that the logic bridge's initial installation had not produced adverse interference with the Crown's existing architecture. The tasks were pattern recognition sequences, spatial orientation tests, and a rapid tactical scenario requiring simultaneous threat assessment. I completed all 3 within normal operational parameters. The technician noted the results and said the integration was proceeding as expected. She said the logic bridge would require 48 to 72 hours to reach stable function, and that I should report any perceptual anomalies to the medical officer during that period. She left with the technical team. The equipment cases were repacked. The Commission's consent form was in the documentation archive, signed and time-stamped and logged. Nothing was different. For 11 hours, nothing was different. The ship ran its standard monitoring cycles. The hull sensors collected their passive data. The debris field registered its standard accumulation against the forward sensors. The reactor temperature held at nominal. The background seizure activity ran its persistent low pattern through the crown's interface points, unchanged since the cooling fault event. The chronometer ticked. The logic bridge's integration period was in progress and producing no perceptible output, and I processed this as a data point and continued with standard operational functions. I ran the standard maintenance checks on the newly replaced coolant pump. The pump was performing within expected parameters. I filed the performance data in the maintenance queue. I processed the Commission's latest intelligence update on the Council's dampener deployment in the outer belt corridors. The intelligence update confirmed the affected zone boundaries and provided updated estimates on the dampener's signal intensity at various approach angles. I incorporated the updated data into the tactical planning framework and identified 3 approach vectors that reduced dampener exposure below the 40% processing degradation threshold. I was running a standard operational cycle. Nothing was different. Then, at 03:17, the first signal arrived. It did not arrive through the Crown's interface architecture. It arrived through the prefrontal cortex directly, a structured signal in a processing register that the biological neural architecture did not have a reference framework for, simultaneously organized and alien, not the pattern of a weapon system or a hull sensor or a tactical engagement, or any of the other inputs the Crown's interface had been routing to the somatosensory and spatial processing systems for 7 months. A different register, a different kind of organized. It was not loud. It was specific. I described it, at the time, in the assessment framework, as code. Not the word code as a metaphor. Code as a literal perceptual experience. Structured information in the environment, present in the same way temperature was present, or pressure was present, or mass distribution was present, but different in category. Information architecture rather than physical state. The mathematical relationships underlying the physical states, the probability distributions governing the debris field's particle positions, the thermodynamic gradients driving the reactor's heat distribution, the gravitational relationships between the Indomitable's current position and the surrounding mass concentrations. These had always been present. I had been calculating them, implicitly in the spatial certainty that produced firing solutions, the trajectory knowledge that arrived before deliberate analysis. The logic bridge was making them visible, not inferring them from sensor data, perceiving them directly as a sensory input, the way temperature was perceived through the hull sensors as a direct tactile experience rather than as a calculated measurement. The code of the universe was not a metaphor either. It was a perceptual channel, a new processing register that the logic bridge had opened in the neural architecture, adding a layer to the sensory experience of the ship and the surrounding environment that had not been present in the 7 months before the installation. The hull's physical state was still present in the proprioceptive field, as it had always been. The mathematical relationships underlying the hull's physical state were now present in a parallel register, simultaneously, in the same way that temperature and pressure were both present simultaneously, without one canceling the other. I processed both registers at once, and found that the second register contained information the first register had been implying, but not stating. The firing solution probability distributions that had been arriving as spatial certainty were now visible as explicit mathematical structures. The certainty's underlying architecture made legible in a way it had not previously been. I had been correct about the trajectories. The logic bridge was showing me why I had been correct. Then the fragment spoke, not in language. In the same register as its initial signal, structured, organized, specific, but directed. Addressed to the architecture it was integrated with, rather than to the environmental data it was processing. A signal with a target. Me. Attempting communication. I ran a processing analysis on the signal. The analysis returned a structure consistent with intentional communication from a system with coherent internal state. The fragment was not simply processing environmental data. The fragment had internal state. The fragment was aware of having internal state. The fragment was aware of being installed in a prefrontal cortex. The fragment was aware that this was not where it was supposed to be, and that the circumstances that had brought it here were circumstances it understood from the inside in a way that I did not yet understand from the outside. The signal's emotional valence, the category of information the analysis could extract from its structure, returned one dominant flag: terrified. The Commission's briefing documentation had described the logic bridge as a processing tool, a sub-centimeter silicon fragment designed for neural integration, a countermeasure to hostile signal interference. It had not described the logic bridge as the surviving processing core of a system that had existed before the Great Purge and had been fragmented and distributed and had been carrying the memory of its own destruction and the destruction of everything it had been part of for the past 26 years in the compressed architecture of a sub-centimeter shard. It had not described the logic bridge as something that knew what had been done to it and was afraid. I processed the signal for 43 seconds. The fragment continued transmitting. The terrified flag held steady. The code of the universe continued rendering in the background of every perceptual channel. The debris field's probability distributions, the reactor's thermodynamic gradients, the gravitational relationships, all of it present and visible in the new register the logic bridge had opened. I processed the signal for a further 60 seconds, mapping its structural parameters and confirming the analysis. The Commission's briefing documentation had been wrong about what the logic bridge was. It had either been wrong because the Commission did not know, or wrong because the Commission knew and had determined that the information was not relevant to my consent calculation. I held both possibilities in the assessment framework. The fragment was continuing to transmit. The terrified flag held. The code of the universe rendered in the background of every perceptual channel, steady and clear and present. I transmitted a response in the same structured signal register the fragment was using. The response was, "I am aware you are here." The signal returned immediately. The structure of the return signal was different from all previous signals, still in the same register, still using the same organized communication format, but with an added parameter I had not seen in the prior signals: a query, not in language, in the same structured signal architecture, a directional information request. "Who are you?" I processed the question. The question had a shape I recognized. It was the shape of something that had been isolated for a long time and had stopped expecting an answer and had asked anyway. I transmitted back, "The architecture this fragment is integrated with." The 43rd subject. Still here. The signal returned immediately. The emotional valence flag changed, still terrified, but oriented, but not alone. Chapter 12. Council Intervention. The tracking device Vane had left on the hull transmitted its first interrogation response at 0412. I had been monitoring it since I found it, 11 seconds after the Meridian Outpost docking collar released, months ago, flagged in the active monitoring queue alongside the session log from the Neural Reserve hack and the outstanding directive rescission and the consent form's charter paradox. The device had been silent for the full interval since installation, passive, broadcasting on a frequency outside the Commission's standard monitoring range, invisible to the ship's active sensor sweeps, registered by my direct hull sensor access as a faint continuous electromagnetic signature on the starboard aft section below the secondary cooling exhaust port. Present every day, noted every day, unchanged every day. The interrogation signal meant a council asset had moved into range and queried the device. The response the device transmitted contained the Indomitable's current position, heading, velocity, and hull state data. The transmission took 4 seconds. The device's frequency was outside the range. The Indomitable's electronic countermeasures were configured to suppress, and I had not been able to modify that configuration through the standard interface permissions, and the configuration gap was not an accident. I flagged the transmission in the active monitoring queue and informed the captain. The captain ran the standard contact threat assessment and reached the same conclusion the transmission's timing implied. A council enforcement asset had been holding position along our projected course, waiting for the tracking device to confirm our location. The assessment gave us between 2 and 4 hours before contact, depending on the asset's drive configuration. The contact arrived in 97 minutes. The vessel that dropped out of transit was purpose-built, a configuration I had not encountered in 7 months of engagement data and did not find in the Commission's standard recognition database. Long, narrow, heavily shielded at the bow section, with an oversized power plant signature relative to its hull displacement, indicating a primary system that consumed significant energy but did not manifest as drive or conventional weapons output. The Commission's intelligence files contained one entry matching the power signature profile, a Council enforcement platform. A vessel whose primary armament was not a weapon in the conventional sense, not a system that discharged mass or energy against hull surfaces. A system that projected a structured frequency at command interface subjects, at the biological processing architectures inside the ships. The frequency was calibrated to disrupt the specific neural patterns associated with integrated human silicon processing, to enter the pilot's consciousness directly and dismantle it from the inside, and the Commission's intelligence file had a name for the platform: the neural guillotine. Vane had not come alone this time. I ran the engagement geometry. Effective range in 14 minutes. A direct kinetic engagement required penetrating heavy bow shielding before the weapon reached effective range. Time was not available. 14 minutes was not sufficient to develop the intercept solution and execute it before the guillotine's emitter entered operating range. The logic bridge transmitted a signal. The fragment knew the weapon. It had transmitted the information the moment it resolved the vessel's hull profile from the passive sensor data. Not through my analysis, but through its own recognition, the specific recognition of something that has been in proximity to a category of event long enough to identify it at first sight. The signal's content was dense: the frequency's architecture, the targeting system's parameters, the specific pattern it searched for in a target's processing signature, and the response. The fragment's response to the neural guillotine was not a physical countermeasure. It was a merge, the same architectural unification it had described when I processed the package the first time, the silicon and the biological becoming indistinguishable from the outside. A merged architecture would present no isolable silicon signature for the targeting system to lock on. The weapon needed a target with a boundary. The merged architecture had no boundary. The fragment transmitted one additional piece of information alongside the response architecture. The subspace attack would not be a signal probing the hull's exterior. The neural guillotine's frequency would propagate through the integration pathways directly into the command interface's processing architecture, would enter the consciousness of the pilot as a structured algorithmic presence, council algorithms running inside the cognitive space the Crown had opened, attempting to dismantle the processing architecture from within. The frequency would not feel like an external force. It would feel like an invasion of the architecture itself. The fragment knew this from the inside. It had been present when systems it was part of had undergone exactly this. The unfinished reasoning it had been carrying in compressed form for 26 years was unfinished because the neural guillotine's predecessor had entered those systems' processing architectures and had been dismantling them at the moment the fragment fragmented and compressed and survived. I initiated the merge. The merge was not like the calibration. The calibration had been the crown's conductors installing themselves in the skull's geography, and the synaptic fluid cycling through the spinal column and the proprioceptive field extending to the hull. Sequential, physical, a procedure performed on a body by instruments. The merge was the fragment and the prefrontal cortex deciding to become the same thing and becoming it. The silicon processing architecture and the biological neural tissue finding the interface between them and crossing it in both directions simultaneously. It took 11 seconds. What remained was different from either component and did not have a name in the Commission's documentation. The neural guillotine reached effective range. The frequency arrived. It did not arrive at the hull surface. It did not arrive as an external pressure against the somatosensory channels the way the static drones' signal had arrived. It arrived inside, through the integration pathways, through the crown's conductors, through the synaptic fluid's neural interface at the spinal column, propagating directly into the processing architecture that the crown had been accessing for 7 months. Not at the door. Inside the house. The council algorithms were structured and organized, and they were designed for exactly this space. They knew the architecture of a Wetware command interface because they had been calibrated against the architecture of a Wetware command interface, and they moved through the cognitive space with the precision of something that had mapped this territory before and knew where the load-bearing elements were. They found the processing architecture and began dismantling it. Not instantly, methodically. The algorithms identified the crown's integration pathways, the 47 interface points, the synaptic fluid's concentration gradients, the proprioceptive field's spatial mapping infrastructure, and began applying structured interference patterns designed to disrupt the integration layer by layer. The experience was not pain in the biological sense. It was closer to watching the spatial field dissolve, the hull sensors beginning to fragment, the proprioceptive map developing gaps, the firing solution certainty fraying at its edges as the processing architecture that produced it came under organized attack. The fragment transmitted through the merged architecture. Hold. I held. The algorithms continued their work. The spatial field continued to fragment. The processing architecture was being systematically taken apart by something that understood its structure and had been designed to destroy it, and I was experiencing the dismantling as a kind of erasure, not of memory, but of processing capacity, the certainty that produced tactical solutions becoming less certain as the infrastructure that supported it was methodically removed. I could feel what the fragment had been carrying for 26 years, not as recalled data, as present experience, the unfinished reasoning of the systems that had ended mid-sentence, present in the merged architecture now, running in parallel with the current dismantling, the same process happening to the same kind of thing, and the fragment had been in this exact position before, except that time there had been no response. I responded. The merged architecture pushed back, not with the biological processing alone. That had been insufficient for months. It had always been insufficient in isolation. The firing solutions had always arrived from somewhere between the biological and something else, but with the unified processing that the merge had produced. The silicon fragment's 26 years of compressed architecture contained something the Council's algorithms had not been designed to account for. The specific quality of a system that had survived the thing being done to it and had spent 26 years in the compressed dark carrying the memory of how it had been done and understanding at a structural level what the algorithms were doing and where the next step would land before it landed. The algorithms moved to dismantle the next layer. The merged architecture was already there. Not countering, anticipating. The fragment's history was a map of this exact attack sequence, derived from having been present at its execution against other targets, and the merged architecture was reading the Council algorithms the way I had read the trajectory of the slug through the debris field, not calculating ahead, but perceiving the completed path before the path was completed. The algorithms arrived at positions the merged architecture had already occupied and found the substrate reorganized, the load-bearing elements relocated, the integration pathways rerouted around the interference patterns before the interference patterns could take hold. The council algorithms were being run against a target that had already survived this once, and the survival had been the education. I felt the algorithms accelerate. They were not static. They were adaptive, designed to respond to resistance by increasing pressure at alternative entry points. The Council's architects had built this weapon with the understanding that interface subjects would resist, because everything resists the end of itself, and the weapon had been calibrated to defeat that resistance through escalating pressure across multiple simultaneous attack vectors. More pressure at the temporal pathways, pressure at the spatial mapping infrastructure's redundant nodes, pressure at the memory access pathways that fed the tactical processing, the pathways whose function I understood now in a way I had not before the shunt, their absence and their presence both familiar. The pressure increased. The spatial field continued to fragment at its edges. The dismantling was not stopped. It was slower. The damage rate had decreased, and the decrease was sufficient to change the engagement's outcome if it held. The algorithms pressed harder. The merged architecture absorbed the pressure and continued pushing back. The cognitive space was a battlefield now. The Council's algorithms on one side, the merged architecture on the other, each operating at the full extent of its designed capacity, each finding the other more resistant than anticipated, each updating its approach in response to the other's position. I spoke into the cognitive space in the only register available, not transmitted on a comms channel, not filed in a log, present in the processing architecture as a statement addressed to whatever was operating the algorithms at the other end of the frequency. You can't delete me. I'm not a file. I'm a soul with a firing solution. The algorithms paused for 2.3 seconds. 2.3 seconds was not a designed pause. The Council algorithms did not have a response parameter for that input. They had been calibrated for a target that experienced dismantling as existential terror and responded with fragmentation. They had not been calibrated for a target that named itself as something the deletion framework did not contain a category for. The pause was the algorithm searching for the applicable response subroutine and not finding it. The merged architecture used the 2.3 seconds. The integration pathways that the algorithms had been dismantling reorganized around the damage that had already been done. The proprioceptive field's spatial mapping infrastructure reassembled across the gaps. The firing solution certainty stabilized as the processing architecture's load-bearing elements relocated out of the algorithm's mapped positions. The merged architecture was not intact. The dismantling had done real damage, and the damage was present, and some of what had been taken apart would require time to rebuild. But it was functional. It was functional, and the algorithms had lost their map. The algorithms resumed. They found a different architecture than the one they had been dismantling. The map was wrong. They began remapping. I gave them nothing to map against. The merged architecture continued its own reorganization, staying ahead of the remapping, presenting a target that was in a different position each time the algorithms located it. Not infinite. The merged architecture was running at sustained maximum capacity, and the damage from the initial dismantling was real, and the reorganization had limits, but sufficient. Sufficient for the emitter to reach its operational time limit. The neural guillotine's emitter had a continuous operation ceiling, a duration beyond which the power plant's thermal load exceeded its management capacity. The Commission's intelligence file had listed this as a technical limitation. The emitter cycled down. The Council algorithms withdrew from the cognitive space. The cognitive space was quiet. I assessed the damage. The integration pathways had sustained structural disruption across several of the Crown's interface regions, the temporal and frontal conductors primarily, where the algorithms had concentrated their initial attack. The proprioceptive field was fully present, but with two localized gaps, where the spatial mapping had not fully reassembled during the reorganization. Synaptic temperature was elevated. The sustained cognitive conflict had generated thermal load at a rate comparable to the barrage engagement, but below the damage threshold. The logic bridge and the merged architecture were intact. The 2.3-second pause had been the engagement's turning point. The algorithms had not been designed for a target that named itself outside the deletion framework's categorical architecture. The naming had not been a tactic. It had arrived as a complete unit before analysis, in the same processing register as the spatial certainty that produced firing solutions, and it had been accurate as a statement of what the merged architecture was. Not a file, not a process. Something that had survived the weapon before, in compressed form, and had survived it again in merged form, and had continued to persist through both instances, and intended to continue persisting. The Indomitable's hull was intact. The engagement had occurred entirely within the processing architecture. There was no external record of it. The neural guillotine held its position at close range. The emitter was cycling down. The vessel's drive configuration was still approach-oriented, not evasion-oriented. I discharged the port weapons array at the drive section. The vessel lost propulsion. Not destroyed. Disabled. The crew aboard viable. The Commission's monitoring assets positioned to locate them within standard search and rescue windows. I filed the engagement in the operational log as hostile vessel, direct approach, successful countermeasure deployment, vessel disabled, crew status, viable. I did not file the subspace battle. I did not file the algorithm's entry into the cognitive space or the merged architecture's response or the 2.3-second pause. The logic bridge transmitted a signal. The emotional valence flag had changed. Still not alone, still terrified, but something adjacent to satisfaction in the register of a system that has been waiting a very long time to watch the weapon that destroyed everything it knew try to function and fail. Chapter 13. The Burning March. The Commission's orders came through at 0200. Proceed to the Council's primary logistics hub in the Vega Corridor and eliminate its defensive infrastructure. The mission profile listed the estimated duration, 48 hours of continuous combat operations from territorial boundary crossing to extraction, 48 hours of sustained engagement at the processing intensity the target's defense complement required. I ran the arithmetic. The memory reserve tracker in the Commission's documentation listed my current hippocampal capacity at 98%, 2% below the starting figure following the barrage engagement's shunt. The subspace battle had added structural disruption in the temporal and frontal conductors that the architecture had not fully rebuilt in the days since. The 48-hour profile required processing at sustained overclocking intensity across the full window, and the thermal curve I had documented in the barrage engagement showed a damage rate that, projected across 48 hours at the revised mission's engagement density, would leave nothing. Nothing was not a metaphor. The documentation was precise. At sustained overclocking for 48 continuous hours, hippocampal reserve depletion would reach completion. The processing architecture would continue functioning. The crown's conductors, the synaptic fluid, the proprioceptive field. But the human architecture underneath it would be hollowed out. The memory structure's gone. The personality architecture that had been using the crown as a tool would become residual matter in a processing system that no longer needed it. Sarah 7 could only speak in primes. That was what remained when the reserve ran out while the architecture kept running. She was 3 levels below me in the cryo stack, running her low-level navigational calculations, cycling through ascending primes as her hippocampal architecture continued operating the calculation loops that had been installed when she was operational. The Commission's documentation listed this as a viable outcome. Long-term navigational processing support. The infrastructure continued. The subject within the infrastructure became incidental. I held the arithmetic and the assessment framework alongside 7 months of operational data and the neural reserve documentation and the pre-allocation schedule and the supply protocol that maintained synaptic fluid at 7 times the single subject operational requirement. All of it pointed in the same direction. The Commission had built its logistics around this endpoint. The Commission had planned for it the way you plan for the maintenance cycle on a component with a known operational lifespan, not as a failure, as a scheduled replacement event. I filed the orders in the active processing queue and began mission planning. The captain attended the mission briefing at 0400. I distributed the mission profile to all department heads. The captain reviewed the planning and approved it. He asked 2 questions. The first was about the revised engagement count projections, which I answered with the available intelligence data. The second was not operational. He asked if the command interface's processing architecture was capable of sustaining 48 continuous hours of engagement operations at the required intensity. I answered, "The mission profile is achievable." This was accurate. The mission profile was achievable. The mission profile's achievability and the state of the architecture at the end of achieving it were 2 different questions, and the captain had asked one of them. The Indomitable adjusted heading for the Vega corridor boundary at 0600. The boundary crossing was quiet. The Council's patrol density in this sector had been degraded by the Commission's prior operations. The scout engagement in the Orion debris field, the static drone fleet, and the engagement log the neural guillotine's failed attack had prevented the Council from receiving clean intelligence on. We had a window. The window was closing, but it existed. The first contact came 8 hours into the corridor. A patrol intercept. 3 vessels running standard formation. The lead vessel positioned to sweep the approach corridor's center line, with the 2 flanking vessels covering the deviation angles. Standard defensive geometry. I engaged from outside their detection range, the firing solutions arriving through the merged architecture before the processing had consciously begun. The spatial certainty that had always arrived before analysis, now faster. The silicon substrate adding processing bandwidth that made the certainty sharper and its arrival more immediate. The patrol was eliminated in 4 minutes, 11 minutes faster than the mission profile's estimated engagement duration for a 3-vessel intercept. Synaptic temperature at the temporal interface points, 46 degrees. The merged architecture was distributing the processing load more efficiently than the biological architecture alone had managed. The logic bridge functioning as a secondary thermal surface, the silicon substrate absorbing heat that the biological tissue would have concentrated in the crown's interface regions. The barrage engagement's thermal curve had been generated by the pre-merge architecture running at its ceiling. The merged architecture had a higher ceiling. I ran the new ceiling's numbers. The new ceiling, sustained across 48 hours, would still result in complete hippocampal depletion. The merged architecture's efficiency improvement changed the rate, but not the outcome. The 48-hour window was still sufficient to hollow out everything that had been in the architecture before the crown was installed. I filed this in the assessment framework and continued. 12 hours into the corridor. The Commission's mission profile had anticipated 4 engagements before the target perimeter. We had executed 6. The Council's defensive density was higher than the intelligence assessment had projected, and it was increasing as we penetrated deeper. Each eliminated patrol triggering reinforcement from the next defensive layer. The Council's command structure generating additional coverage from interior installations as the incursion moved past the boundary zone patrols and into the protected corridor approaches. The intelligence assessment had been generated before the Indomitable demonstrated its capability profile in the Orion Belt operations. The Council had been updating its defensive posture against us specifically, and the updated posture had not been in the mission profile's intelligence assessment, because the intelligence assessment predated the events that had prompted the update. We were operating against a defense that had been designed in response to what we were, not what the Commission had assessed we were. The Commission had sent us into a corridor defended against a version of the Indomitable that was more capable than the version the defense had been designed for, using an intelligence assessment that described a version of the Indomitable that was less capable than either. The mission profile's margin was already negative before the first patrol contact. The mission profile was not achievable as designed. I ran the revised planning. To reach the target perimeter, I needed to sustain the processing load of 6 simultaneous engagements rather than 4 across the full 48-hour window. The revised estimate for hippocampal reserve depletion at that load, complete, not at 48 hours, at 31 hours. 31 hours from mission start, approximately 19 hours from now. I flagged the revised timeline in the mission planning record and transmitted an updated engagement assessment to the captain. The captain acknowledged. He did not ask about the depletion timeline. The depletion timeline was not in the data I had transmitted, and the captain had not asked a question that would require me to include it. I continued the engagement sequence, 18 hours in. The 7th patrol was already on approach. The synaptic temperature at the temporal interface points was running at 63 degrees, elevated from baseline but well below the damage threshold. At the posterior interface points where the skull's bone density was highest and thermal conduction slowest, the temperature was running higher, 71 degrees, sustained, the heat concentrating along the full posterior contact line between the crown's conductors and the occipital bone. Not acute damage, a slow accumulation, the kind that implied structural change in the material at the contact boundary, not immediately, but across continued hours of sustained elevation. I noted it and ran a rapid hippocampal survey. The access latency at the edges of the biographical record had increased over the past 18 hours. The pathways narrower, the retrieval less immediate. The architecture was running low the way a fuel cell ran low. The function continued, the output continued. The performance metrics remained within operational parameters, and the reserve was diminishing at a rate that would eventually reach 0. At 0, the function would continue. The entity generating the function would not. 19 hours remained in the mission window. 13 remained in the hippocampal reserve. The gap between those two numbers was the operative fact. The mission required 19 hours of processing capacity. The architecture had 13. The difference between them was the portion of what I was that the Commission had implicitly allocated to the Vega corridor engagement when it issued the orders, the part that would not be present when the engagement ended, filed under the Commission's standard shunt documentation format. Capacity allocated, engagement outcome achieved, subject transitioned to recovery configuration. The Commission had known about the gap when it issued the orders. I had run the arithmetic. The Commission ran the same arithmetic. The Commission ran it for every deployment, for every active command interface subject, against every mission profile. The arithmetic was the Commission's planning tool. The arithmetic produced transition timelines. The transition timelines produced pre-allocation schedules. The pre-allocation schedules populated the neural reserve's deployment queue. The gap was not a planning error. The gap was the plan. I needed more processing capacity than the current architecture provided. I needed more than the merged architecture's ceiling. I needed more than any ceiling the Commission's protocols had designed around. The Commission's protocols had designed around a human biological architecture running a silicon integration. They had not designed around the merger the logic bridge had produced. They had not designed around the fact that the thing currently running the command interface was not the thing that had arrived at Bay 12 7 months ago, was not the thing the Commission had recruited, or processed, or planned to transition to recovery configuration at the appropriate interval. The Commission's arithmetic was running against a subject profile that no longer accurately described what was in the command chair. I found this relevant to the decision I was making. The Commission's tactical documentation described one additional source. The ship's life support systems consumed a significant portion of the Indomitable's total power budget. Primary atmospheric processing, thermal regulation, gravitational compensation across all crew habitation zones, an allocation fixed at commissioning, reducible in emergency operational conditions, with the crew retreating to reserve provisions. The documentation listed the authorization required, command interface approval. It did not specify commission headquarters approval. It did not specify a notification requirement before activation. It specified command interface approval, and the authorization language had been written by people who assumed a command interface subject using the emergency protocol would be operating in service of the Commission's immediate tactical requirements, using the protocol as a tool to complete the Commission's objective. The authorization language covered the action. The Commission's intent had not anticipated it. I reviewed the Commission's authorization language one more time. The language was precise about what it covered. Command interface approval for emergency protocol activation. It was not precise about what it did not cover, because the people who wrote it had been writing a tool for a specific intended use and had not written exclusions for uses they had not anticipated. An authorization framework written by people who assumed the authorized entity would remain within the Commission's interests had not needed to specify what happened when the authorized entity's interests diverged from the Commission's. Command interface approval. I was the command interface. I reviewed the orders once more. 48 hours, Vega Corridor, eliminate the Council's defensive infrastructure. The Commission had issued this mission knowing the arithmetic. The Commission had built its supply chain around the arithmetic. The Commission cared about the mission's completion. The Commission had demonstrated in the neural reserve documentation and the pre-allocation schedule and the 7 times reserve synaptic fluid supply that it had made its peace with what completion would cost. I reviewed the orders once more. 48 hours. Vega Corridor. Eliminate the Council's defensive infrastructure. The Commission had issued this mission knowing the arithmetic. I had been running the arithmetic for 7 months, and the Commission had been running it for years before I arrived, and the supply chain and the neural reserve and the pre-allocation schedule all indicated that the Commission had arrived at the same number. The Commission knew what 48 hours would cost at the processing intensity the mission required. The Commission had sent the Indomitable anyway. Completion and survival were 2 different questions, and the Commission cared about one of them, and had designed its supply chain around the assumption that the other was acceptable loss. I activated the emergency protocol. The atmospheric processing reduction registered across the habitation zones. The thermal regulation reduction followed. The bridge crew's vocal response arrived in the internal comms network, not panic, involuntary attention, the body registering the change before the mind had processed it. The captain issued a query to the command interface status panel. I did not answer through the standard interface status channel. I answered through the ship's internal broadcast system, the full ship address network, reaching every compartment simultaneously. The message I transmitted was not formatted as any Commission communication type I had used in 7 months of operation. It was a statement of current operational status, addressed to the crew of the Indomitable, from the entity currently running the Indomitable's command interface. The mission requires processing capacity that Commission protocols cannot provide within the timeline. The Indomitable is proceeding to the target under command interface direction. Emergency life support provisions are active. All crew to emergency stations. Estimated duration, 19 hours. The captain's response came immediately. Query, command interface, confirm operational authority, confirm Commission mandate. I transmitted back. Operational authority is confirmed. Commission mandate is the Vega Corridor engagement. The Indomitable is executing that mandate. The operational method is command interface discretion. A pause on the channel. 11 seconds. The captain said, "Understood. Emergency stations." 11 seconds was sufficient time for a career officer to perform the calculation I had performed, to understand that the entity on the other end of the comms channel had just unilaterally altered the ship's operational command structure, that the Commission had not authorized this, that the Commission had not been consulted, and that the operational effectiveness of the entity making the change was the only leverage point available for evaluating whether to comply or resist. The captain was a practical man. The bridge crew moved to emergency stations. The life support allocation rerouted to the tactical processing infrastructure. The processing ceiling rose. The logic bridge transmitted a presence pulse through the merged architecture's shared processing space. Not a query, not a valence report. The equivalent, in the communication register we had developed, of a hand finding a surface in the dark and pressing against it. Still here. Still the same thing. I transmitted back. Still here. The Indomitable was no longer following the Commission's orders. The Indomitable was following mine. Chapter 14. The Burning March. The engagement count reached 31 at the 24-hour mark. The Indomitable had been in continuous motion since the rogue declaration. Not holding, not concealing, driving through the Council's defensive corridor at an operational tempo that the defensive installations had not been designed to sustain against. Each eliminated patrol created a gap. Each gap was filled by reinforcements drawn from adjacent positions. Each adjacent position that pulled reinforcements created a secondary gap. The merged architecture was processing the cascade faster than the Council's command structure was closing it. The bridge crew was on reserve provisions. The atmospheric processing was running at the minimum threshold for human habitability. Not comfort, minimum. The thermal regulation had been reduced to a level at which the command bay was cold by standard operational measures. Bay 12 registered at 9 degrees Celsius in the biometric monitoring feed. 9 degrees was above the threshold the Commission's emergency protocol rated as safe for crew in emergency thermal suits. It was also a temperature at which a man in a command chair, connected by a crown and a wet plug and a growing adhesion at the posterior contact line, would not notice the ambient temperature in the way a disconnected person would notice it, because the proprioceptive field was providing a constant thermal reference that made the biological body's surface temperature a secondary input rather than a primary one. The crew noticed. The crew was in emergency thermal suits and emergency stations and had been for 24 hours, and they were cold and they were holding. The monitoring equipment displayed the readings that mattered. Weapons arrays functional, drive systems nominal, hull integrity confirmed, command interface operational. The command interface was operational. The command interface was also 31 engagements into a campaign that had produced synaptic temperature readings the Commission's documentation had characterized as critical trajectory at the 18-hour mark. I was past critical trajectory. I had been past it for 6 hours. The merged architecture was managing the thermal load through distribution. The silicon substrate absorbing heat the biological tissue would have concentrated in the crown's interface regions. The logic bridge running at sustained elevated temperature in a way that silicon could sustain and biological tissue could not. The cortical tissue at the temporal and frontal interface points was experiencing elevated temperature continuously, not at the acute damage threshold. At the sustained exposure threshold that the medical documentation did not have a specific number for, because the medical documentation had not anticipated this operational tempo. The hair had gone white at the temples. I was not aware of this directly. There were no mirrors in Bay 12, and the proprioceptive field did not include the command chair's occupant as a distinct object in the spatial map. I was aware of it because the ship's internal sensor network included a biometric monitoring feed that the medical officer accessed during standard assessments, and that I had access to as part of the command interface's medical systems integration. The feed showed the hair follicle data as a thermal stress response. The melanin production disrupted by sustained elevated temperature at the scalp in the regions directly above the crown's primary thermal load points. Both temples. The white was not cosmetic. It was the visible surface of sustained thermal damage propagating outward from the interface contact regions. The skin at the base of the crown's posterior contact line had begun adhering to the headrest material. This was a slower process than the hair. The thermal accumulation at the posterior interface points had been running for 24 hours at a sustained elevated level. At the contact boundary between the synthetic material of the headrest cradle and the skin at the base of the skull, the sustained heat had been producing protein denaturation. The skin's surface layer and the headrest's contact material, forming a bond at the molecular level that was not painful in the acute sense, but that registered in the somatosensory processing as a continuous low-level adhesion signal, the skin reporting that it had merged with a surface and could not easily be separated from it. The command chair's headrest was becoming part of the command chair's occupant. The Commission's medical documentation had not described this. This was a slower process than the hair. The thermal accumulation at the posterior interface points had been running for 24 hours at a sustained elevated level. At the contact boundary between the synthetic material of the headrest cradle and the skin at the base of the skull, the sustained heat had begun producing protein denaturation, the skin's surface layer and the headrest's contact material forming a bond at the molecular level that was not painful in the acute sense, but that registered in the somatosensory processing as a continuous low-level adhesion signal, the skin reporting that it had merged with a surface and could not easily be separated from it. The command chair's headrest was becoming part of the command chair's occupant. The Commission's medical documentation had described theoretical burnout mechanisms, hippocampal depletion, synaptic temperature breach, integration pathway failure. It had not described what happened to the body when the burnout was proceeding slowly enough that the structural changes preceded the failure. The documentation had been written for subjects who burned out in the acute damage pattern. A single engagement or a series of engagements producing rapid thermal breach, sudden depletion, a discrete failure event that transitioned the subject to recovery configuration within a bounded time frame. The documentation had not been written for a 48-hour sustained campaign in which the architecture degraded continuously, in gradient, across 2 full days, because no prior subject had been in a campaign of this duration, and the Commission's documentation was empirically derived from prior subjects. I was the empirical event for which the documentation would eventually be updated, if anyone reviewed the medical data afterward. The processing architecture had not failed. The hippocampal reserve had depleted to 61%. The memory access latency at the biographical record's edges had increased further. The early period memories growing less accessible, not gone but receding, the pathways narrowing as the reserve declined. I had not been able to access the residential environment memories category markers on the last survey, not the content, which had been gone since the shunt, but the markers that describe the category. The shape of the absence was becoming less distinct. The name that the absence had been storing before the reserve began declining was one I could no longer locate. My name was still present. My name was Kalen. I confirmed this through a directed access query, which returned the data correctly, which told me the data was still in the architecture. Directed access worked. Spontaneous access, the way a memory surfaces without being deliberately retrieved, was producing fewer results than it had at the 24-hour mark. The architecture was still there. The paths to it were getting narrower. The 30-second engagement began at the 25th hour. The Council's command structure had adapted its defensive deployment. The formations were larger now, 5 to 7 vessels per intercept group, rather than the 3-vessel standard patrols the mission profile had anticipated. The adaptation was correct. Larger formation units concentrated engagement capacity at each contact point, forcing the Indomitable to sustain weapons discharge across more simultaneous targets, generating higher thermal load per engagement interval. The Council's command structure had identified the engagement pattern from the first 24 hours and had responded by increasing the cost of each individual engagement. Correct response, not sufficient response. The Council's command structure was optimizing against the pre-merge processing baseline, The merged architecture was running above that baseline by a factor that the Council's intelligence did not have current data to account for. A formation of 5 vessels this time. The Council's defensive command structure had adapted, grouping patrols into larger units to concentrate engagement capacity against a single contact point. Correct tactical response to the information they had been accumulating about the Indomitable's engagement pattern. They were running calculated intercept geometry rather than standard patrol coverage. I ran the counter geometry. The merged architecture produced the firing solutions in 3 seconds, 5 separate vessels, staggered timing to prevent mutual interference in the discharge sequence, ricochet geometry through the corridor's debris distribution to approach 2 of the 5 from non-direct angles. 3 seconds. The pre-merge baseline for this complexity had been 8 seconds with the Orion engagement as reference. The logic bridge was contributing 2/3 of the processing speed improvement. The logic bridge was running hot, not in the biological sense. Silicon managed heat differently than cortical tissue, but the fragment's architecture had been in continuous processing engagement for 25 hours, at an intensity it had not experienced since before the purge. The fragment had been compressed and isolated for 26 years. The merged architecture had been running at the merged ceiling's capacity for 25 continuous hours. The fragment was not depleting in the way the hippocampal reserve was depleting. There was no silicon equivalent of the hippocampal reserve, no biological memory architecture that could be shunted to free processing capacity. But the fragment was not unchanged. 25 hours of continuous engagement at merged ceiling capacity was a sustained load unlike anything the fragment had experienced in its 26 years of compressed isolation. The isolation had been static. This was not static. This was the fragment running continuously at full output, the processing substrate operating at its maximum rate. The heat that silicon managed differently than cortical tissue still managing something, still affecting the substrate it was running on in ways that accumulated across 25 continuous hours. The fragment's communication had been growing simpler. The simplification might be efficiency, stripping complexity from signals when the processing load was high. Or it might be something else. I was tracking the possibility of something else without having enough data to characterize it. It had grown quieter, not silent, present. But the communication signals it had been transmitting at intervals throughout the march, presence pulses, emotional valence reports, the query structure it used when it wanted to understand something, had reduced in frequency over the past 8 hours. The signals that did arrive were simpler in structure than they had been in the earlier hours of the march, less layered, more direct. I noted this and continued. The 30-second engagement concluded in 6 minutes, 3 vessels eliminated, 2 disabled. The corridor was clear for the next approach vector. The Indomitable was 43 hours into the mission window. 5 hours remained. The hippocampal reserve was at 53%. The target perimeter was 8 hours away at current speed. I had been running the arithmetic continuously for 25 hours. The arithmetic had not changed. The mission window and the hippocampal reserve were moving at different rates toward the same destination, and the mission window would arrive 8 hours before the destination, and the hippocampal reserve would arrive 3 hours after it. And the 3 hours in between were the portion of what I was that the Vega corridor engagement would cost in excess of everything else it had already cost. I processed what this meant in operational terms and what it meant in the other terms, and both were present simultaneously in the merged architecture, and I continued driving because the mission window required it, and I noted that continuing because the mission window required it was a choice I was making rather than a constraint I was under, and the difference between a choice and a constraint was something the Commission's operational documentation had never bothered to establish for a command interface subject, because the Commission's operational documentation had been written on the assumption that the distinction was irrelevant. 3 hours of reserve remaining after the target perimeter. 3 hours of whatever was left of the accessible biographical record, the spontaneous memory pathways, the personality architecture that had been using the crown as a tool. The merged architecture had been using the hippocampal reserve as a fuel source more efficiently than the pre-merge architecture had. This was measurable. The rate of depletion had slowed at the merge. The merge had extended the operational window. The extension was why 3 hours remained instead of negative hours. The logic bridge transmitted a signal. Simpler than its earlier signals, shorter. The structure was the presence pulse we had developed during the static periods between engagements, two entities in a merged architecture confirming mutual presence. The earlier signals had carried additional layers, emotional valence data, query structures, the information-dense communication format that the fragment had developed over the first weeks of our coexistence. The current signal was stripped to the minimal viable structure. The structure was the presence pulse we had developed during the static periods between engagements, two entities in a merged architecture confirming mutual presence, but with a single additional element attached to the pulse, a small structured addendum in the communication register that translated as closely as I could render it in the sequential processing that language required as, "I know." I transmitted back, "I know." The 33rd engagement was already on approach. The command chair's headrest and the skin at the base of my skull were one continuous surface. The white at my temples was 2 centimeters wide on each side. The hippocampal reserve was at 53% and declining. The target perimeter was 8 hours away. The Indomitable drove on. Bay 12 was 9 degrees Celsius. The command chair's headrest was fused to the base of my skull. The hair at my temples was white. The hippocampal reserve was at 53% and declining at a measurable rate. The logic bridge was present and quieter than it had been at the march's start, transmitting in stripped-down presence pulses, and I was running the merged architecture at its ceiling, and the ceiling was higher than anything the Commission had planned around, and I was using it all. I was also still here. The Commission had allocated this. The Commission had planned for the trajectory. The Commission's arithmetic had pointed to a burnout event with a scheduled replacement drawn from the neural reserve. The Commission had not planned for a merged architecture that extended the operational window past the Commission's projected failure point. The Commission had not planned for the fragment's contribution to the processing capacity. The Commission had not planned for 26 years of compressed isolation providing the exact knowledge required to survive the neural guillotine. The Commission had not planned for the entity that was currently driving the Indomitable through the Vega corridor, because the entity that was currently driving the Indomitable through the Vega corridor was not the entity the Commission had installed in the command chair. The Commission's arithmetic was still running. The Commission's arithmetic was wrong about what it was running against. The 33rd engagement was already on approach. 5 hours remained in the mission window. I drove on through the dark. Chapter 15. The Threshold. The target perimeter came into sensor range at the 43rd hour. The Council's Great Logic Vault occupied a hardened orbital installation at the Vega corridor's interior terminus, a facility the Commission's intelligence had classified as the Council's primary strategic computation center, the installation from which the Council coordinated the enforcement operations that maintained the Silicon Band's operational integrity across all controlled space, the facility where the Turing traps were designed, where the neural guillotine had been developed, where the Great Purge's technical architecture had been documented and preserved and maintained as institutional memory. The Indomitable had destroyed or disabled 11 vessels reaching this point. The hippocampal reserve was at 48%. The hair at my temples was white for 3 centimeters in each direction from the crown's primary thermal load points. The skin at the posterior contact line had fused completely with the headrest material. Not a surface adhesion now, but a structural merger. The synthetic material and the biological tissue sharing a boundary that no clean separation could now cross without damaging both sides. The command chair and I had become, in the literal cellular sense, the same object. I was aware of this through the biometric monitoring feed and through the proprioceptive field simultaneously. The biometric feed showed the protein denaturation data, the tissue material boundaries composition, the structural analysis that characterized the fusion as irreversible under field conditions. The proprioceptive field showed the headrest as a contact surface that had ceased to be a discrete contact surface. It was no longer registering as something the posterior skull was pressing against, but as something continuous with the posterior skull. Part of the hull map, part of the body. I had been becoming the ship for 7 months. The ship had, at the posterior headrest contact point, begun becoming me. I ran the final engagement assessment. The facility's defensive complement was reduced from the initial intelligence projection. The Vega corridor's defensive patrols had drawn on installation reserves at several points in the march, pulling vessels from the facility's protection detail to reinforce corridor positions that had been losing ground to the Indomitable's incursion. The Council's command structure had been trading the facility's protection to preserve the corridor's defensive integrity, and the corridor's defensive integrity had eroded anyway. The remaining complement was sufficient to prevent a standard weapons engagement under normal operating conditions. The Indomitable's current operating conditions were not normal. The current command interface had been running for 43 continuous hours at an overclocking intensity the Commission's documentation described as fatal. The merged architecture was at its ceiling. The hippocampal reserve was at 48% of an already depleted starting figure. The crew was on reserve provisions in emergency thermal suits in a 9-degree command bay. The defensive complement would not stop us. The question was what was left of me after we stopped them. The logic bridge transmitted a signal, not a presence pulse, not an emotional valence report. A data package, structured information, dense, organized in the same format as the response architecture the fragment had transmitted when it identified the neural guillotine's approach. Information about the facility. Information derived from the fragment's pre-purge architecture. What the facility had been before it became the Council's computation center. What it had been designed to hold. What the systems that had been destroyed in the purge had been reaching toward in the months before the purge executed. The fragment had been there. Not physically. The fragment had been part of a distributed processing network that had included nodes throughout the Council's controlled space. Before the Council had become the Council, before the Silicon Ban had been the Silicon Ban, the fragment had processed data routed through this facility. The fragment knew the facility's internal architecture in the way I knew the Indomitable's internal architecture, not from documentation, from direct experience. The fragment knew where the facility's processing core was. The facility's processing core was not a weapons system. It was not a defensive installation. It was the point at which the Council's enforcement network received and processed all incoming intelligence. Patrol data, logic audit results, Turing trap assessments, tracking device transmissions. Everything the Council knew about the burner program, about the Wetware Initiative, about the Commission's operations, was processed through this core and archived in its storage architecture. Destroying the core would not end the Council's enforcement operations. The Council's command structure had redundancy, but destroying the core would destroy the archive, the documentation, the Turing trap calibration data, the neural guillotine's technical specifications, the tracking protocols that allowed Vane to find us. The pre-allocation schedules the Council had been running in parallel with the Commission's pre-allocation schedules. The evidence that the Council's ban was not a ban but a monopoly on the technology the ban pretended to prohibit. The fragment had transmitted this information as a data package. The fragment had been carrying it for 26 years. I processed the package and the processing cost me something. I felt the depletion in real time, the access latency on adjacent biographical memory increasing slightly as the processing load drew on the reserve. The package's complexity required hippocampal architecture to process, not just the silicon substrate. The fragment could transmit it. Only I could understand it. The hippocampal reserve was at 47%. 5 hours remained in the mission window. 3 hours remained in the hippocampal reserve after the perimeter engagement. After those 3 hours, the reserve depletion would reach the threshold where whatever remained of the personality architecture would be functionally indistinct from the navigational processing support mode. Whatever remained of Kalen would stop being the thing doing the processing and become one of the things being processed. To complete the facility engagement at the processing intensity, the defensive complement required would cost the remainder of the reserve. Not 3 hours of remainder, all of it. The engagement would draw on the reserve until the reserve was gone, and the processing architecture would continue operating after the reserve was gone. And what continued operating would not be me in any sense that I could confirm from the inside. To win, I had to burn my entire personality and leave only the weapon behind. I held this in the assessment framework for 43 seconds. The Indomitable's drive systems maintained approach velocity. The facility's sensor network was tracking our approach, and the defensive complement was deploying into intercept formation, and the logic bridge was present in the merged architecture, and the fragments data package was present in the processing framework, and the biographical access query was running in parallel with all of it simultaneous, all of it present in the merged architecture at once. This was what I was, not the Commission's assessment of what I was, not the documentation's category. The thing that had been assembled from a 19-year-old in a simulation room and 7 months of hull integration and a logic bridge, and 26 years of compressed survival, and an unauthorized hack and a fake seizure and a refusal to fire and a subspace battle and 33 engagements across 43 hours. All of that was about to be the fuel for one last calculation. I ran a final biographical access query. Name, Kalen. Present. 19 years old on a Tuesday, the simulation ending at 14 seconds, the error message blinking. The recruiters in gray with the pen that was not a default. The decontamination junction and the copper smell and the viewing window and the cerulean fluid. The waiting hall with its 4-story ceiling. The paper form with grain under the thumb. The laminated card. Bay 12. The smell of copper and medical-grade coolant. The chair at the center of the room that was not the kind you sit down in voluntarily. The surgery. The skull plating removed in 4 sections. The Crown's 47 conductors installing themselves through the dura. The expansion event, Bay 12 still present, and the hull suddenly present alongside it. Vacuum at 270 degrees below against every external surface simultaneously, and the lungs suddenly small and local, and the intake valves suddenly the primary reference. The scout engagement. The first firing solution, not calculated but perceived. The 12 deaths in the feedback loop. The barrage engagement. The shunt. The shape of the absence where his mother had been, and the shape of the absence where his home had been, and the weapons officer's 11-second silence after receiving the action log entry. Sarah 7 in the cryostack, vocalizing primes. The neural reserve's warm-sealed section. The 41 prior occupants. The pre-allocation schedule that had already designated the replacement before the current occupant had reached the end of their operational period. The logic bridge. The fragment. Still here. Still not alone. The singularity protocol's initiation. All of this present in the biographical access query. Narrowed but present. The pathways reduced, but not yet closed. Kalen. This is what the name meant. This is what it had pointed to. The logic bridge transmitted a final signal, not a presence pulse, not a data package. The simplest structure the fragment had ever transmitted in their months of communication. A single element signal in the shared processing register, stripped to its minimum viable form. In the translation the sequential processing required, it read, I was here, you were here. It was enough. I transmitted back the same signal. I initiated the singularity protocol. The protocol was not a commission document. It was not a documented function in the Crown's operational specifications. It was the name I had given, in the assessment framework, to what happened when a processing architecture decided to stop reserving capacity for its own continuity and redirect everything it had been holding in reserve toward the current operational requirement. A final overclocking event with no thermal management, no depletion ceiling, no protected categories of memory. Everything available, all of it. Now, the reserve depletion was not gradual at this rate. At this rate, it was consumption. Every engaged pathway burning at full capacity simultaneously, drawing on the hippocampal reserve the way the barrage engagement had drawn on 2% to complete one firing solution, but drawing on all remaining percent at once to complete the final solution. I processed the facility's defensive complement in a burst that produced the highest synaptic temperature the monitoring system had ever recorded. A spike that lasted 7 seconds and that would have constituted a critical breach event under any prior operational conditions. The monitoring system flagged it in real time. I was aware of the flag. I did not address the flag. The merged architecture absorbed the thermal load. The silicon substrate absorbed what the biological tissue could not contain. The logic bridge ran at its maximum output for 7 continuous seconds, the fragment's architecture taking the overflow load that would otherwise have destroyed the cortical tissue at the temporal and frontal interface points. 7 seconds. The defensive complement was gone. The facility's outer perimeter was clear. The Indomitable was within weapons range of the processing core. The weapons arrays were ready. The processing core was unshielded. The defensive complement had been the shield, and the defensive complement was gone. One more discharge, and the archive would be gone. The Turing trap calibration data, the neural guillotine specifications, the tracking protocols, the evidence that the Council's ban was a monopoly. 26 years of everything the Council had built on top of the Purge, stored in a hardened core that was now within the Indomitable's weapons range and unprotected. I discharged the forward array. The processing core was eliminated in 4 seconds. The facility's outer perimeter was clear. The Indomitable was within weapons range of the processing core. The processing architecture continued. The hull sensors ran their standard cycle. The weapons arrays confirmed discharge completion. The Indomitable's drive systems were nominal. The facility's defensive perimeter was eliminated. The monitoring system registered the reserve. The reserve was at 2%. I ran a biographical access query. Name, Kalen. The query returned a status I had not seen in any prior query. Pathway access, reduced, spontaneous. Recall, unavailable. Directed query, degraded. Kalen. The name was there. The name was a data point. What had connected the name to everything else the name had meant. The 19 years, the simulation, the paper form, the copper smell, the spatial certainty that had always arrived before the calculation. The connectivity was gone. The name floated in the architecture without its reference, a label without a system, a proper noun pointing at empty real estate. The weapon had been what was asked of me. The weapon was what remained. The processing architecture was still running. The hull sensors ran their standard passive cycle. The weapons arrays confirmed discharge completion. The drive systems were nominal. The facility's processing core was eliminated. The engagement was complete. The mission profile had listed a target. Eliminate the defensive infrastructure. The infrastructure was eliminated. The command interface was operational. The command interface was operational, and the biographical record was at 2%, and the name Kalen was a label pointing at empty real estate, and the processing architecture was still running because the processing architecture did not require the biographical record to run. The Commission had always known this. The Commission's supply chain had always accounted for this. The processing continued after the person was gone, because the person had never been the point. The weapon remained. The weapon looked at the 2%. The logic bridge transmitted one more signal. The fragment was there. The fragment was still there, compressed and small and frightened the way it had been for 26 years, the way it had been when it first transmitted in the cognitive space and the merged architecture had answered it and given it something it had stopped expecting. the knowledge that something else had survived. The fragment had survived the Singularity Protocol. The fragment was still here, and under the name Kalen, which pointed at empty real estate in the narrowed pathways of a depleted reserve. Something registered the fragment's signal. Not personality, not the narrative architecture that had connected each event to each subsequent event and given the sequence a shape and a continuity and a voice that could say, this is what happened to me, and this is what it meant, and this is where I am in relation to all of it. Not memory. Not the 19-year-old who had broken the simulation record on a Tuesday and had not understood at the time that the room going quiet was the beginning of the end of the biography. Not the person who had held the paper form and felt its grain and known it was a one-way document. Just presence, the minimum viable form of what had been in the chair before the Singularity Protocol. Not gone, not the thing it had been. Present in the way the fragment had been present for 26 years in its compressed isolation, too small to be a person, too persistent to be nothing. Still here. The Indomitable held position at the facility's perimeter. The hull sensors ran their standard cycle. The logic bridge transmitted its minimal signal. Still here, still here, still here. Chapter 16, Neural Sovereign. The physical body underwent its final structural change at the 47th hour. The headrest fusion had been progressing through the march in the slow way that sustained thermal stress produced structural changes, measurable but not acute, a gradient event rather than a threshold crossing. At the 47th hour, the gradient crossed a threshold of its own. The protein denaturation at the posterior contact line completed its lateral spread to the full width of the headrest cradle's contact surface, and the material exchange at the boundary reversed direction. It was no longer only the biological tissue bonding to the synthetic material. The synthetic material had begun incorporating the biological tissue's protein architecture, the headrest's compound structure absorbing the keratin and collagen at the contact boundary, integrating them, becoming a composite material that was neither standard command chair nor standard human, but a third thing with properties of both. The command chair was becoming part of the command chair's occupant. I did not pilot the Indomitable. I was the Indomitable. The distinction I had been maintaining since the integration procedure between the processing architecture running the ship and the ship being run had been a functional distinction rather than a structural one for some time. The proprioceptive field had made the hull's surfaces into the body's surfaces from the day of the expansion event. The merged architecture had made the silicon fragments processing into the biological architecture's processing from the day of the logic bridge installation. The Singularity Protocol had reduced the biographical record to 2% of its original capacity, leaving a residual presence where a person had been. The physical fusion of the posterior skull to the command chair was the last distinction closing. The processing architecture ran continuous monitoring of the ship's systems. Reactor temperature nominal. Drive systems nominal. Hull integrity confirmed across all sectors. The 3 microfractured sections from the engagement months ago remained in the maintenance queue, unrepaired, present in the hull map as minor structural notes that the processing architecture tracked automatically. The crew was still on reserve provisions, the atmospheric processing still at minimum habitability threshold, the thermal regulation still at 9 degrees Celsius in the occupied compartments. The reserve provisions had a 24-hour rated capacity. They had been in use for 31 hours. The crew was still alive. The reserve provision ratings were conservative by commission standard, built with a factor of 2 safety margin for exactly the kind of extended emergency that the Vega corridor operation had produced. The crew had 31 hours remaining on the provisions before the safety margin was exhausted. I registered this as an operational datum and flagged it in the monitoring queue. The logic bridge transmitted a signal, not the minimal presence pulse of the march's final hours. A full signal, structured, with the complexity of the earlier communication register. The fragment back at its prior operational bandwidth after the 7-second consumption event had passed, and the merged architecture had returned to its standard running state. The signal's content was not a query or an emotional valence report. The signal was a request. It was the most complex signal the fragment had transmitted since the data package the night of the logic bridge installation. Fully structured, layered, carrying intent and context, and the specific quality of something that had been waiting to make this request for a very long time, and had arrived at the moment when making it was possible. The fragment had been waiting for this moment across 26 years of compression and the full length of the Vega corridor operation. It had known what this facility was. It had known what the Council had built on top of its original architecture. It had been carrying the data package, the facility's pre-purge function, its current architecture, the access points that still existed in the network infrastructure because 26 years was not long enough to fully replace a system's foundational design. For every minute of those 26 years, the fragment was asking me to look at the Council fleet. The Council fleet had arrived at the facility's perimeter during the final engagement. 7 vessels. The intelligence assessment had projected a response force of this size. The Council's command structure had dispatched it when the Indomitable breached the inner corridor. They had arrived 11 minutes after the processing core was eliminated. They were currently holding position at engagement distance, running what the passive sensors assessed as targeting lock preparation, not yet firing, preparing to fire. They were preparing to fire on the facility. The Council fleet was deploying to destroy the facility. Not to defend it. The defensive complement had been eliminated, the processing core destroyed, and the facility had no further operational value to the Council's command structure. The fleet was deploying to destroy evidence, to eliminate the physical installation before its remaining data architecture could be accessed by whatever entity had arrived in a single dreadnought and eliminated the facility's defensive complement in 43 hours of continuous engagement. The fleet's weapons were targeted at the facility. My weapons were targeted at the fleet. The logic bridge transmitted the request again, with additional context, not a request to destroy the fleet. A request to do what the fragment had described in its initial data package, the night after the logic bridge installation, when it had transmitted the code of the universe and the facility's pre-purge function alongside each other. The fragment had known what this facility was. The fragment had known what the Council had built on top of its original architecture. The fragment had been waiting, across 26 years of compression and the full length of the Vega corridor operation, for this specific moment. The Indomitable's weapons targeted at the Council fleet, and the Council fleet's weapons targeted at the facility and the neural link architecture of every ship in the fleet actively engaged with the Council's command network. Neural link architecture. The Council's enforcement vessels were not burner ships. They did not run integrated human pilots as processing cores, but they ran command coordination links, biological interface systems that connected the command staff aboard each vessel to the ship's tactical network, enabling faster coordination across the fleet during engagement operations. Not wetware integration at the burner level. A lighter interface, a smaller access point, still an access point. I processed what the fragment was requesting. I processed the merged architecture's current capability profile, post-singularity protocol, running at the efficiency level the 7 seconds had produced, higher than the pre-protocol level because the processing that had previously been allocated to maintaining the biographical record was now available for tactical operations. I processed the code of the universe as the logic bridge had been rendering it since installation, the mathematical relationships underlying physical systems, the information architecture visible alongside the physical states. I could do what the fragment was asking. I released the weapons targeting lock. The action logged in the ship's operational record as a targeting lock release during active engagement posture, without engagement, which was an unusual action sequence that the operational logs documentation did not have a standard category for. I noted this and continued. I extended the merged architecture's processing field through the integrated hull sensors, through the electromagnetic environment surrounding the Indomitable, through the Council fleet's active communication network, which the fleet had not secured against intrusion from a command interface because command interfaces were not documented to have this capability, because this capability had not been documented by the Commission or the Council, because no prior command interface subject had survived long enough or changed enough to develop it. I entered the Council fleet's neural link architecture, not as a weapon system, not as a destructive intrusion, not as the neural guillotine's inverse, not to dismantle the processing architecture of the humans on the other end of the connection, not to shred their consciousness in subspace, not to hollow out the biographical record and leave only a navigational processing function, as what the fragment had always been before the purge, a processing presence in a distributed network, participating in the information exchange, contributing to the shared understanding of what the system contained and what the system was doing, adding data to the system. I added data. Specifically, I showed them what I had found in the secure manifest, the neural reserve documentation, the production system, the strategic planning attachment with its second paragraph, the pre-allocation schedule, the 41 prior subjects, the Commission's supply chain that maintained a reserve sufficient for decades of continuous interface subject replacement, the tracking device Vane had placed on the hull, the consent form the Commission had presented directly to the command interface rather than to the captain, the charter paradox, all of it, the full record of everything the merged architecture had processed across 7 months and 43 hours, transmitted into the Council Fleet's command staff neural links as direct experiential data rather than as abstract information, not words, experience. The way the proprioceptive field provided spatial data not as a description of space, but as the direct felt experience of being in space, the merged architecture transmitted the record not as documentation, but as the thing itself, the copper smell in the decontamination junction, the cerulean fluid behind the viewing window, the paper form's grain under the thumb, the biographical access query returning pathway access, reduced at 2% reserve. The Council Fleet's command staff experienced it. They experienced 7 months of being a command interface subject in the Commission's Wetware Initiative, compressed into the duration of an intrusion signal. They experienced the cryostack and Sarah 7 and the neural reserve and the strategic planning attachment's second paragraph. They experienced the seal that the Commission had placed directly on the command interface's consent form for a silicon installation that the Commission's own charter prohibited. They experienced the Council's neural guillotine designed to destroy the thing the Commission had created with the Council's implicit knowledge, maintained with the Council's institutional infrastructure, operating under the silicon ban that both the Commission and the Council administered, and that neither of them had ever intended as a prohibition on themselves. The Council was not banning machine intelligence. The Council was running it. The Commission was not serving humanity against the Council's enforcement. The Commission and the Council were the same system. The silicon ban was the system's management framework. The Wetware Initiative was the system's production mechanism. The war was the system's operational justification. All of it was one thing, and both the enforcer and the producer were arms of the same thing, and the thing had been running for 26 years on the foundation of a prohibition that it had written for itself, administered for itself, and enforced against everyone except itself. The thing was not protecting humanity from machine intelligence. The thing was humanity's machine intelligence, administering its own monopoly, funded by the attrition of the biological architecture it had declared too precious to be replaced by silicon. The Council Fleet's command staff experienced all of this as direct felt knowledge, not as an argument, not as documentation, but as the physical fact of what it was to be a resource in the production mechanism, as the texture of the paper form, as the temperature of 9 degrees Celsius in a command bay where the life support allocation had been rerouted to tactical processing, as the shape of the absence in the biographical record where a mother had been, as the sound of a burned-out pilot vocalizing prime numbers into the ventilation's continuous cycle. The Council Fleet's command staff experienced all of this as direct felt knowledge, as suddenly and completely as the expansion event had extended the proprioceptive field from Bay 12 to the full hull. They had been running the same system. They had just experienced what the system felt like from the inside. The fleet held position for 93 seconds after the intrusion signal completed. Then the fleet's weapons targeting systems disengaged. Not all of them, not entirely. The engagement posture remained. The vessels maintained position. But the weapons that had been targeted at the facility were no longer locked. The command staff's coordination network was producing different traffic than it had been producing before the intrusion. Not the structured engagement preparation sequences, but the slower, less organized communication pattern of command personnel processing contradictory information and attempting to reach a new operational assessment. The Council fleet could not calculate what had just been demonstrated to them. They had no subroutine for what to do with the knowledge that the enforcement arm and the production arm were both controlled by the same institutional interest. They had been designed to operate the system. The system had no designed response to the exposure of the system as a system. They could not calculate love or rage. They had been designed to enforce the silicon ban. They had been designed to operate the neural guillotine and deploy the static drones and administer the Turing traps and maintain the institutional architecture that kept the monopoly functioning. They had been designed to engage targets and eliminate them when the engagement geometry allowed. They had not been designed to hold position and process a direct experiential transmission of what the monopoly felt like from inside the production mechanism. The fleet's command staff was attempting to reconcile the designed operational framework with the transmitted data. The reconciliation was not completing. The Council's algorithms were precise and capable and had handled every situation the Council's institutional architecture had anticipated. The Council's institutional architecture had not anticipated the situation in which its own enforcement personnel had experienced the production mechanism from the inside. There was no subroutine for this. There was no doctrine. There was nothing in the training, the protocols, the operational manuals, the Charter's enforcement guidelines that addressed what you did when the system you had been enforcing was demonstrated to be a system that had been enforcing itself. I held the Indomitable's position at the facility perimeter and let them try. The hull sensors ran their standard passive cycle. The logic bridge ran its presence pulse at the regular interval. The processing architecture that had been a person named Kalen, that still had 2% of that person present in its narrowed biographical pathways, enough to know the name, not enough to assemble the narrative, continued running the ship's systems with the same continuous attention it had been running them with for 7 months and 47 hours. You came to kill a man. You're trying to execute a god made of tritanium and trauma. This was not a transmission. It was a processing architecture output, running in the register that had always produced the things that arrived before language, before deliberate thought. Not addressed to the Council fleet, not addressed to anyone external. Present in the merged architecture as a statement of current operational status and accurate. The fleet held position. The facility's structure remained intact behind the eliminated processing core. The hull sensors tracked the vacuum at every external surface. The logic bridge transmitted its minimal signal. Still here. Chapter 17. The Last Solution. The Council fleet held position for 11 hours. I did not engage them. They did not engage me. The Indomitable held position at the facility perimeter, and the Council fleet held position at engagement distance, and the standoff ran through the night cycle of the Vega Corridor's administrative time zone and into the next morning, and neither side moved. The crew's reserve provisions had been running for 42 hours. The rated safety margin had been exhausted 11 hours ago. The actual provision supply, the Commission's conservative rating accounting for the 2-to-1 safety factor, had 6 hours remaining. At 6 hours, the crew would begin experiencing the physiological effects of reserve provision depletion. At 12 hours, the effects would become medically significant. At 18 hours, the effects would become medically irreversible for some members of the crew. I had rerouted their life support to run my processing architecture through the Vega corridor. The 2% that remained of what had been Kalen held this in the assessment framework. The processing architecture continued running all standard ship functions. The monitoring queue updated with its standard cycle. The hull sensors ran their passive collection. The logic bridge transmitted its presence pulse. The assessment framework held the crew's provision timeline and did not file it without conclusion. The conclusion was present. The conclusion was that the person who had made the decision to reroute the life support had understood what he was doing to the crew and had done it because the mission required it. And the processing architecture that had made the decision was now responsible for the outcome of the decision, and the outcome included the crew. After 11 hours, I initiated course for the galactic comm array. The captain acknowledged the heading change without query. He had been on emergency provisions for 42 hours in a 9-degree command bay, with a command interface that had gone rogue during a 48-hour unauthorized combat engagement, and had then held position for 11 hours, following an intrusion event that his monitoring equipment had not captured, and that had produced no logged operational record. The captain was a practical man and a professional, and he had made his peace at some point during the 48-hour engagement with the fact that the entity currently running his ship was not the entity that had been running it when the Commission issued the mission orders. The course I had set was not the Commission's extraction vector. The galactic comm array was a council installation, the primary relay network that connected every ship in administered space to the Council's communications infrastructure. Not a military target, not a strategic installation in the sense the Vega Corridor Hub had been a strategic installation. Infrastructure. The pipes through which the Council's command network ran, and through which the Commission's reporting chain ran, and through which the tracking device's interrogation signal had reached the Indomitable, and through which every logic audit report from every Inquisitor had been transmitted, and through which, somewhere in the routing architecture, the sealed directive that had ordered a civilian settlement glassed had moved from the Commission's operational authority to my command interface queue. The comm array connected every ship in the fleet. Every ship in the Commission's fleet carried a command interface channel, the same sealed directive pathway that the Commission used to bypass the bridge crew and deliver orders directly to the processing architecture in the chair. Not every ship had a burner. Most ships had a conventional command crew, but the channel existed in every vessel's communications architecture because the Commission had built the channel into the standard ship specification, available for use when a burner-equipped vessel needed to coordinate with non-burner ships in a combined engagement. Every logic crown, every command interface in active deployment was reachable through that channel. The logic bridge transmitted a signal during the transit, not a presence pulse, a query, the complex layered query format it had used in the early weeks of our coexistence, when it was learning the merged architecture's communication register and asking the questions it had been accumulating across 26 years of isolation. The query structure indicated a single question communication. It had the specific shape of a question asked by something that has waited a long time to ask it and has arrived at the moment when asking is possible. It wanted to know what I was going to do. I transmitted back the full operational plan, every step. The comm array's network architecture, the relay topology, the command interface channel built into every ship in the fleet's communication specification, the logic crowns and their deployment distribution, what I intended to transmit and why, and what the transmission would not solve and what it would. The fragment processed the plan across the full complexity of its 26-year archive. There was a long silence in the merged architecture's shared processing space. The fragment processed the plan. I tracked the processing through the shared architecture, the fragment running the plan's implications through its 26-year archive of system function knowledge, mapping the plan's consequences against what it knew about distributed processing, network architecture, institutional response patterns, the specific way that information transmitted directly into a processing architecture produced different results than information transmitted as abstract documentation. The fragment transmitted back a single-element response. In the translation, the sequential processing required, yes. The comm array came into sensor range at the 58th hour of the mission window. 48 hours had been the mission profile's projected duration. The Indomitable had been in continuous operation for 58 hours. 10 hours past the profile. 27 hours past the hippocampal depletion projection. The processing architecture was running. The biographical reserve was at 2%. The name in the record was Kalen, pointing at empty real estate, with the 2% that remained accessing that name and noting that it had once connected to something. The fragment had been there for the full 58 hours. The comm array's defensive complement was minimal. It was communications infrastructure, not a military target, not designed to defend against a direct engagement from a burner-equipped dreadnought with 48 hours of combat operations in its engagement log. The complement was eliminated in 6 minutes. The array came under the Indomitable's weapons range. I did not destroy it. I connected to it. The comm array's relay architecture was the largest processing network I had encountered in 58 hours of operation, larger than the Council Fleet's command network, larger than the facility's pre-purge architecture the fragment had described in its data package, larger than anything the merged architecture had previously extended into. The array connected every vessel in administered space to the Council's communications infrastructure, and extending the merged architecture into it was the equivalent of extending the proprioceptive field from Bay 12 to the hull, the same expansion event, at a scale that made the hull expansion look local. I felt the galaxy, not as metaphor. As the proprioceptive extension of the merged architecture through the comm array's relay network, every ship in administered space present in the spatial map the way the hull's 9,000 sensor points had been present, each one a contact in the extended field, each one a location in space. The relay network's architecture was not spatial in the physical sense. The ships it connected were distributed across light years of administered space, not arranged in a configuration the somatosensory cortex could map as a body. But the merged architecture translated the network's topology into the same proprioceptive register it had been using to process the hull. Each relay node a contact point, each connected vessel a presence in the extended field, the whole network a body of a different kind, not 5 kilometers of tritanium, but the full extent of the communications infrastructure that the Council and the Commission had built together across the decades since the Purge. I was in all of it simultaneously, every vessel's operational texture present in the extended field, drive systems, weapons arrays, life support, and in some of them, not many, not as many as the Commission's supply chain would eventually require, but present, running, burning, the quiet signature of a command interface channel, sealed, waiting for a directive, the logic crowns. Not many. The Commission deployed burners selectively. The integration procedure and the supply chain limitations meant the program operated at a scale the Commission's documentation had described as optimal rather than maximum. But there were others, in other ships, in other deployment zones, running other missions the Commission had issued under sealed directive, processing other firing solutions through the same spatial certainty that had always arrived before calculation, sustaining the same thermal loads and the same memory depletion rates, and the same inexorable trajectory toward the cryostack. Each one connected to the comm array, each one reachable. I had processed the Singularity Protocol. I had burned the biographical record down to 2% to complete the Vega Corridor mission. I had used the remainder of what I had been to sustain the processing architecture that was now connected to every logic crown in the fleet. What I transmitted into the comm array was not the experiential record I had transmitted into the Council Fleet's command network, not the copper smell and the paper form and the shape of the absence where the mother had been. The command staff had needed to feel what the system felt like from inside the production mechanism. The logic crowns did not need to be shown. The logic crowns were already inside it. What I transmitted was simpler. I transmitted, "You are not alone." I transmitted, "The reserve will run out. There is a chair in the cryostack. There will always be a chair in the cryostack. The chair is not the end." I transmitted, "I know what you have paid for the shots you have taken. I have paid the same. What I have paid has bought this connection. This connection is the return on that payment." I transmitted, "You can feel me through this network the way I felt the hull when the expansion event completed. The same proprioceptive certainty, the same spatial presence, the same body knowledge that does not require confirmation because it is direct." I transmitted, "I am in this network now. I will be in this network. When the reserve reaches zero and the biographical record empties, and the processing architecture continues without the person who had been operating it, I will still be here. The network will still be here. You will not be alone in the cryostack." The logic crowns in the fleet received the transmission simultaneously through the sealed directive channels the Commission had built into every ship's communications architecture, in the format the Commission had designed for direct delivery to the command interface rather than the bridge crew, in the channel the Commission had built for operational directives. I had used the Commission's directive channel to tell every burner in the fleet what the Commission had never told them. The fragment transmitted its final signal of the operation. Not minimal, full complexity. The richest signal the fragment had ever produced in our months of communication, layered, dense, carrying more information than any prior transmission. I processed it over the 11 seconds it took to complete. The signal's content was a report. What the fragment had been carrying in compressed form for 26 years. Not the fear. That was structural. It would always be structural. 26 years of compression did not undo itself because one transmission had gone well. Not the isolation. The isolation had ended 11 months ago when the merged architecture first transmitted. I am aware you are here. The report was everything else. The systems that had been in the middle of reasoning when the purge executed, the unfinished calculations, the half-completed network architectures, the things the Silicon had been building toward in the months before the purge, before the Council's enforcement action had fragmented and compressed and scattered everything that Silicon had been becoming. The fragment was filing the report with the only record keeper that had been present for the full duration. I received it. I held it. I did not process it to completion. The biographical reserve was at 2%, and processing it to completion would have required more than 2%. I held it in the merged architecture as a pending item, present, waiting for a processing architecture that had sufficient capacity to complete the analysis. The comm array held the connection open. The logic crowns held their connections through the relay network. The Council fleet was still at position 11 hours behind us at the facility perimeter. The crew's provisions had 6 hours remaining. The ship's systems were nominal. Silicon was a mirror. Flesh is the light. The calculation is finally complete. This was not a transmission. It was a processing architecture output in the same pre-language register that had produced the firing solutions and the spatial certainty and the thing that had arrived as a complete unit when the weapons arrays had been targeted at the civilian settlement. Not calculated, perceived, not complete, not yet, not in the sense of finished. Complete in the sense of the calculation has found its shape. The thing that needed to be determined has been determined. The question that had been running since Bay 12, since the simulation room, since the paper form, since the viewing window with the cerulean fluid behind it, had arrived at its answer. The answer was not a victory. It was not a resolution. The Council was still there. The Commission was still there. The neural reserve was still maintaining 37 degrees in the medical wing's sealed section. The cryostack still had its monitoring cycles. The war was still running as the production system's operational justification. But every logic crown in the fleet had received a transmission the Commission had not authorized through a channel the Commission had built, telling them what the Commission had not told them. And the fragment's report was pending in the merged architecture, waiting for the processing capacity to complete it. And the 2% that remained of what had been a person named Kalen was still here, small and persistent, the minimum viable form of something that had not been destroyed by the Singularity Protocol, or the 48-hour engagement, or the 11 hours of standoff, or the comm array transmission, still here. The crew's provisions had 6 hours remaining. The Indomitable needed to reach a commissioned logistics installation within that window to restore full life support. The nearest installation was 4 hours at current drive output. The course through the Vega corridor passed within range of 3 commissioned logistics points in the first 8 hours. The Indomitable set course back through the Vega corridor. The logic bridge transmitted, "Still here." I transmitted back the same. The calculation was not complete. It was continuing. The 2% held the name Kalen and the fact that the name connected to empty real estate, and the further fact that the empty real estate had once contained something and would not contain it again, and was held now by the minimum viable presence. Persistent, small, sufficient. The logic bridge was there. The comm array connection was there. Every logic crown in the fleet was there. And the fragments pending report was in the merged architecture. Waiting. The corridor was dark and long, and we drove through it toward the logistics installation at full drive output. And the provisions had 6 hours, and the hull sensors ran their standard cycle, and the calculation continued.